speaker. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in peace, which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members, and welcome to the visitors in the galleries today. As we meet today on the second Friday of Women's Month, 2 days past the International Day of Women, please allow me to take a moment to reflect on the significance of this month and in the context of the Parliament. It is not lost on me that since being an independent country since 1981, September will mark our 42nd anniversary. We have had 12 women presiding officers of the House of Representatives, and I have had the privilege to serve the country as its fourth. I don't take that for granted when much larger nations and more developed parliaments have not had any or have had far less. As per the Inter-Parliamentary Union's 2022's Year in Review on Women in Parliament, while the average share of women speakers of Parliament inched up to 22.7%, it is still notably below the global women's representation in Parliament of 26.5%. And as of January 1st, 2023, there are only 6 countries that has had gender parity. It is also not lost on me that in 42 years in Belize, while there has been 4 women presiding officers, it has been 69 years since women have had the right to vote and stand for election. And in those 69 years, this House has never had more than 4 women elected at any one time. It took 7 years after having gained the right to vote and stand for election, that is to say, not until 1961, that Belize had its first woman who ran and won, Gwendolyn Lizarraga. And it has taken 67 years to get to 4 women elected to the House. I take the opportunity to acknowledge and recognize the efforts of the Belize Women's Parliamentarian Caucus. For a country whose population is 50% women, it is recognized, particularly in this month, that Belize has a long way to go with representation, as so do many other countries. So I take this opportunity to acknowledge and celebrate all women parliamentarians of this esteemed House and the entire National Assembly, because given the data that road has been the less traveled one, but one you have bravely challenged. Members, today we have visitors in our galleries. It's been a while, and that is due to the pandemic. I see CEOs, I see the special envoy, Honorable Rosanna Briceño, I see women officials of NCFC, I see activists such as Ms. Sadie Quetzal. We also have the 4th Form class with us today of Belmopan Comprehensive School from the city of Belmopan. May I dare say our future leaders, possibly future parliamentarians. We also have representatives from the Ministry of Health. I noted Dr. Natalia Beer, and several other women witnessing today's proceedings and members of the general public. Thank you for attending your House of Representatives. I do encourage more of our public and our school youths in particular to attend future meetings, as it truly is the People's House of Representatives. While the journey to equity, parity, and equality is a long, winding road filled with hills and valleys, Belizeans do have the shoulders of many women on which we stand on and lift us up to stay that course, and whose stories, struggles, and triumphs, yet unwritten, have helped to shape, and continues to, our democracy and our development. It is a month of her story. Although not yet committed to the annals of history, not yet, but it is recognized. Thank you for allowing me, members, to pay tribute to a rather significant month. Happy Women's Month to all Belizeans. And now for the business of the day.
Bill brought from the Senate.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move that the House do not consider the Senate amendments.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now consider the Senate amendments. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Amendments from the Senate. The Financial Services Commission Bill, Clauses 56. Amend Clause 56 as follows. 1. In subclause 2, delete paragraph A and B and insert the following. A. The Chief Justice and other judge of the High Court nominated by the Chief Justice, who shall be the chairperson of the panel. And B. 2 persons appointed by the minister who have been awarded degrees or professional qualifications and have a minimum of 5 years postgraduate experience in law, finance, business, economics, accounting, securities, investment management, and have demonstrated substantial knowledge of the securities industry. 2. delete subclass 3. 3. Renumber subclass 4 as subclass 3. 4. In the newly renumbered subclass 3, delete the words "no person shall be appointed" and insert the word "the minister shall not appoint a person to be." 5. Renumber subclass 5 as subclass 4. 6. Delete subclass 6 in its entirety. 7. Renumber subclass 7 as subclass 5. 57. Amend class 57 as follows. Renumber subclass 2 as subclass 3 and insert the following as new subclass 2. In event of any doubt or despite arising on any question of practice and procedure, it may be settled by the chairperson of the appeals panel, whose decision shall be final. 2. Insert new subclass 4 as follows. At any meeting of the appeal panel, a decision made to be taken by a majority of its members, providing that the members constitute the majority, shall include the chairperson. 3. Sub 3. Renumber subclass 3 as subclass 5. Class 59. Amend class 59 by inserting the words "appointed by the minister" after the word "appeal panel." Class 60. Amend class 60 by inserting the words "appointed by him" after the words "appeal panel."
Honorable members, the question is that the amendments as proposed by the Senate to the Financial Services Commission Bill 2023 be accepted. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 150/1/13, the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for financial year 2023-2024, HR 150A/1/13, the annual report 2020, Office of the Supervisor of Insurance and Private Pension, Ministry of Finance.
Honorable members, sessional paper number HR 150/1/13 is referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report. And sessional paper number HR 150A is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chair of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table report number HR 151/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Hello. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table reports number HR 152/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Senior Courts Amendment Bill 2023. Number HR 153/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Extradition Bill 2023. And HR 152/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Legal Aid Bill 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chair of the National Security and Immigration Committee.
Madam Speaker,
rise to lie on the table reports number HR 155/1/13, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee on the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Amendment Bill 2023, and number HR 156/1/13, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee on the Immigration Amendment Bill 2023. I thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31st, 2024. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31, 2024 be read a first time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31st, 2024.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move the second reading of the General Revenue Appropriation 2023-2024 Bill 2023. I seek your indulgence to deliver the budget speech from the podium. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to provide the annual accounting of the public finances and the economy, to review the performance of the national budget for the current fiscal year 2022-23, and to present government's estimate of revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 2023-2024. At the onset, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the efforts of the women of Belize and their indispensable role in nation building. Madam Speaker, the month of March is dedicated to women worldwide. For us, it is a time not only to celebrate the incredible Belizean women, but also a time for us to recognize the tremendous work ahead if we are to make Belize a truly inclusive nation. I look to a day, Madam Speaker, when this chamber will be equally represented by women and men alike. I also envision the day when from the office of the Prime Minister to the office of the Sergeant at Arms will be occupied by women. For now, we on this side will continue to work to include women in all levels of leadership and government. To this end, I am happy to say that in both chambers of this National Assembly, we have women in the lead. In the judiciary, we have a woman Chief Justice, and while in the cabinet women are in the minority, at all other levels of leadership in my administration, women serve as leaders, from chief executive officers to heads of departments. And I must say that Belizean women are great leaders and managers and should be credited for being equal partners in the great performance of this government. Just 2 days ago, Madam Speaker, we presented the new multidimensional poverty index, and an interesting statistic came out that only 24% of households that are led by single women are considered poor. Only 24%. Whilst for the men, I think it's around 35% of households led by single men, they are considered poor. It certainly shows you that women know how better to budget their money. As they said, they know how to stretch the dollar. The men might decide to stop and buy one bear, but the women realize that they have to take money for their children. And it's a great example for us to show how women are these great managers. But Madam Speaker, to point out our government, this is one of, if not the most inclusive governments in the history of our nation. A few weeks ago, after a passionate appeal from my wife, the Special Envoy, who is here this morning with us, I think this is probably only the second time because she didn't perform as Prime Minister. Obviously, it gets to show how important this is for her. The Special Envoy for the Development of Families and Children, as well as the Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs, Honorable Dolores Valderramos Garcia, Cabinet determined that effective the 1st April, all taxes will be removed from sanitary products for women. Madam Speaker, as the member from Belize Rural Central said to our cabinet colleagues, it is past time that we put an end to taxing women's femininity, something she attributed to young Saidi Quetzal, who is running a campaign, "Don't Tax My Femininity." Saidi, could you please stand up? You are the Special Envoy. Special Envoy, please stand up so we could recognize you both for the work that you have done. And of course, our esteemed colleague from Cabinet, thank you very much for that work, Saidi. Keep it up. I'm sure, who knows, maybe one day you'll be standing or sitting or reading the budget of our presentation in the future, but thank you so much. So from all of us, to women everywhere, and to you, Madam Speaker, I say thank you and happy Women's Day. #Embrace Equity. Now to the business of the day. At the close of March, this administration will complete its second full budget year. And I'm exceedingly proud to proclaim that our second year, like the first, has attained surprising successes for Belize and for our people. By almost any measure of economic progress, Belize is doing so much better than before we took office. The economy is growing, expanding in 2022 by an estimated 12.4%, more than 10 times the average annual rate of 1.7% experienced under the United Democratic Party administration. 10 times. Comparing these two trajectories, at the UDP administration's average annual growth rate of growth, it would have taken almost 2 generations, a half a century, 50 years for Belize's economy to double in size. With the rate of growth experienced and projected under my administration, our economy will double in size in just about 10 years. That means a lot more money in all our pockets much faster. Yes, we said it. We meant it, and yes, everybody wins under a PUP administration. More Belizeans have jobs. 95% of those who seek employment are working. 95%. For the first time in the history of Belize, we have an unemployment rate of 5%, thanks to a PUP government. 42,965 workers have received a $1.70 or 51% per hour salary increase because of the recent increase in the minimum wage to $5 per hour. The skeptics on the other side said it will be done, but at DPM, they said who come next would face the worst. Yet here we are. 68,000 fewer Belizeans are poor, according to the last poverty assessment. Exports are rising. Serious crimes are falling. 14,000 public officers, teachers, and security personnel received the restoration of their full wages last July. And in a few weeks from now, more specifically, starting 1st of April, we will restore increments for deserving public officers, teachers, police, PDF, and Coast Guard. For the first time in a generation, Belize's public debt is deemed sustainable, as the country's indebtedness has been cut in half in just the last 2 years. And once again, I table a new budget today that contains a primary surplus and a budget that does not include any tax increases whatsoever. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite of tax increases. Last year, $3 million monthly or $100,000 per day in taxes was foregone by our administration in order to moderate the increase in the pump price of fuel to keep it as stable as possible. Now, we recognize that the fuel is still high, Madam Speaker, but this government decided that we are going to cut the tax in fuel so that we can share the pain between the government and the public. Today, on the world stage, in direct consequence of a sustained effort by this administration to mobilize private sector innovation and capital, to refocus public investments on education, healthcare, and vital infrastructure, and to build alliances with IFIs, bilateral partners, and NGO partners, Belize's position and profile sparkle and shimmer like never before. In just the last few weeks alone, Belize has played host to a senior delegation of executive directors from the World Bank, 68 countries, hosted the president of the IDB, served as a venue for the annual meeting of the IDB governors for Central America and the Dominican Republic, concluded the most positive IMF Article 4 consultation in decades, hosted the investment conference, Initiative 20 by 20 Bond Challenge, and AFOLU 2040 joint meeting on restoring lands, signed the first major disbursement of $10 million from the United States NCC agreement in support of education and reducing the cost of electricity, and assumed the chairmanship of SICA following our eventful chairmanship of CARICOM. And in this month, when we celebrate the achievements of women worldwide, we can report the successful implementation of the World Economic Empowerment Project, which in its first full year of implementation has already included 44 new initiatives worth more than $2.6 million. How distant now do those bleak final days of the UDP appear, those desperate times when the government had to borrow $1 million a day to pay public officers' salaries and borrow just to keep the lights on. How distant now are those traumatic times when Belize had effectively defaulted on its international commercial debt and when the valuation of our dollar seemed inevitable. To that chaos and hopelessness, we shall never return. Not so long as we remain faithful to our sacred pledge that everybody for win, todos ganamos. In a meaningful partnership with the government and day by day, we have kept moving forward, delivering on Plan Belize. Day by day, we have kept our focus on addressing poverty, educating our children, keeping our citizens safe, providing adequate health care for all, and as well as protecting our environment. Together with the support of citizens from all walks of life, we are and we will continue to be extra for Belize. In my presentation today, I propose to address 5 broad themes. First, to outline domestic and regional economic conditions. Second, to review financial sector and real economy developments. Third, to report on the projected performance of this year's budget, which ends on 31st March 2023. Fourth, to summarize the estimates for the new budget, which starts on 1st April 2023. And lastly, to highlight select policies on reforms that can have a substantial impact on the economy, the public finances, and most importantly, the quality of life for the citizens we're sworn to serve. First, external conditions. The performance of the economy and the budget is shaped by many issues outside of government's control. As a small, open, and vulnerable economy, external factors such as extreme climate events, global economic shocks like that caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, high inflation suffered by the US and our other major trading partners, supply chain disruptions, trade regulations, among others, can either help or hinder our fortunes. For context, global GDP expanded by 3.7% in 2022, down from 6.5% in 2021. Growth in the Latin American region averaged 3.9% in 2022, with a notable performance being the United States of America at growth rates at 2%, Mexico at 1.7%, and the Caribbean at 10.3%. Growth in Central America moderated to 4.2%, down from 5.5% the previous year. In 2023, GDP growth in the United States is projected by the IMF at a paltry 1.4%, while the global rate of economic growth will fall for the second consecutive year to 2.9%. The Russian invasion of the Ukraine, which began February 2022, and the attendant impacts on fuel and food prices and supply chains provoked the return of high inflation after 2 decades of relative price stability. Global inflation reached 8.8% in 2022, a level exceeded only once in the previous 26 years. While the year 2022 will be remembered for its return to the old normal, following almost 2 years of pandemic disruption and social distancing, the prospect of rising interest rates necessary to tame the beast of inflation, as well as the unmistakable pattern of climate-induced calamities, foreshadow a possible recession in the United States, the country most connected to our economy. Of special importance for Belize is the trajectory of tourism. Global overnight travel expected to grow by 28%, and the cruise sector by 13%. This undoubtedly have a positive impact on our tourism sector. For the past 12 months, every major interest rate has seen an uptick. These increases have the effect of slowing growth and commercial activity worldwide. The year 2023, by all accounts, will be a difficult year for the U.S. economy, with the almost universal belief being that the Caribbean and Latin America will see a deceleration of economic activity. In Belize, annual economic growth, according to the latest Statistical Institute of Belize data, reached 12.4% in 2022, an impressive jump and double what the IMF had predicted in last year's Article 4 report. This 12.4% rate of growth is even more momentous since it comes at the heels of 15.2% growth in 2021. Of course, the growth was not uniform across all subsectors. The primary sector, which edged lower by 0.9% during 2022, lobster, chicken, and yellow corn saw increases, while banana, citrus, shrimp, and cattle experienced contractions. The secondary sector, where growth was 11.9%, increases were achieved in sugar, beverage production, construction supplies, and domestic electricity generation. On the other hand, citrus juice, fertilizer, and imported electricity weakened. On the tertiary sector, which grew at a vibrant pace of 13% for the year, there was almost uniform growth. Growth in accommodations and food service, growth in wholesale and retail trade, transportation, support services, including the BPO sector and public administration. Only in financial and insurance activities was there a small decline. Notably, domestic exports rose by $43 million, foreign direct investment, FDI, by $15.7 million for the first 9 months of the year, and remittances by $14 million. The Central Bank of Belize conservatively foresees net FDI, which totaled $261 million in 2022, remaining above a yearly total of $200 million right through to 2027. This will be chiefly in businesses related to tourism and leisure, agribusiness and agro-processing, fisheries and aquaculture, offshore outsourcing, and other industries such as sustainable energy, light manufacturing, and logistics. Inflation in Belize rose to 6.3% for 2022, up from 3.2% in 2021. Still, these rates were by far below the global rates of 8.8% in 2022 and 4.7% in 2021. What is remarkable, though, is that 2022 GDP output has exceeded 2019 levels, even though tourism arrivals remain materially below these key subsectors' 2019 performance. On this basis, there appears to be great potential for continued growth in 2023 in tourism and across the economy. Madam Speaker, monetary and financial conditions stabilized in 2022 and fundamental indicators remain strong. A resurgence in lending to the private sector and the continued solid growth in the gross official reserves of the central bank underpinned by a 4.7% money supply expansion. During the year, the net foreign assets and net domestic credit of the banking system, the two largest components of money supply, grew by 5.2% and 5.7% respectively. On the other hand, the rise in net foreign assets was solely attributable to the 14% growth in the central bank's foreign portfolio, as those of domestic banks dipped slightly. The elevated position of the monetary authorities' foreign balances occurred despite an increase in external debt servicing, a robust inflows from sugar export receipts, grants and purchases from commercial banks increased revenues. Meanwhile, domestic banks' net foreign assets decreased by 7.3% on account of the higher outlays for imported goods and services due to inflation, alongside the full-scale resumption of profit repatriation and dividend payments to international firms. Notwithstanding these outflows from banks' foreign holdings, increased foreign revenues flowed into the banking system from tourism, BPOs, commercial free zone activity, and exports of agricultural products. On the other hand, credit to all three economic agents increased, led by an upswing in lending to the private sector and, to a lesser extent, quasi-governmental entities and central government. Central bank gross official reserves took toll at $960 million at the close of 2022, with import cover comfortably exceeding the recommended 3-month cover. The IMF projects this level to be maintained through to 2028. Private sector borrowings climbed by $104 million, or 4.5%, nearly double last year's outturn, and the largest annual increase since 2019. Bank liquidity inched up by $4.6 million in 2022, following an increase of $219.5 million and $278.1 million in 2020 and 2021 respectively. The slowdown in liquidity growth was on account of the pickup in lending and the decline in domestic banks' foreign assets holdings. Regrettably, as a result, excess liquidity amounted to $702.9 million, 91.9% above requirements, a situation which the regulator is actively reviewing. Excess cash reserves summed to $499.3 million, 211% above the required level. Weighted average lending rates decreased by 2 basis points to 8.62% during the year, while the weighted average deposit rate slipped by 15 basis points to 1.9%. As a result, the weighted average interest rate spread widened by 13 basis points. As the IMF underscored, the regulatory capital of domestic banks at 16.6% of risk-weighted assets is higher than the required minimum, but lower than before the pandemic. Non-performing loans, NPLs, have crept higher to 7% of gross loans, a shade higher than the prudential ceiling of 5%, primarily due to pandemic-induced business contractions and, in some cases, excessive risk-taking. Nonetheless, the IMF concluded that, and I quote, the central bank's process for strengthening banks' balance sheets and resolving problem loans after the pandemic has been well executed. The CBB has sufficient tools should it need to intervene, end of quote. I now turn to the actual performance of revenues and expenditures for this fiscal year 2022-23. Total revenues and grants are projected to come in at $1,356 million, of which 89% is tax revenue, 8% is non-tax revenue, and 3% is capital revenue and grants. Actual revenue and grants exceeded the original budgeted amount by approximately 6.9%, or $93 million, an overperformance of $89 million, which is attributed to tax revenues. If we may add that the other 30 million would have been over 100 million DPM. On the expenditure side, total spending, including supplementary allocations approved during the fiscal year, is expected to be $1,436 million, which is $71 million, or 5% more than the original estimate. Recurrent expenditure will come in at $48 million more than the original estimates, while investments in capital projects will total approximately $397 million, or an additional $119 million. This year's budget will require total financing of about $178 million to be sourced from the following loan facilities: $120 million from the IFI lenders, namely the IDB, the CDB, the World Bank, CABE, and the OPEC Fund; $30 million from the Republic of China, Taiwan, and $28 million from domestic borrowing. Once again, Belize benefited from the generosity of the government and people of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to whom I offer our abiding appreciation. Leader, I could talk to you. At the bottom line for this fiscal year, government expects a primary surplus of 0.5% of GDP, or roughly $31 million. The primary surplus is an important gauge for budget health, representing the difference between revenues and expenditures, but without interest charges. A positive primary balance, such that we achieved in fiscal year 2021-22, as well as this fiscal year, is a clear signal to our fiscal strength and our capacity to sustain our debt. The overall deficit, which includes interest cost, is projected to be at 1.38%, or $80.5 million, a level that is affordable. During the budget debate, ministers will delve deeper into their financial details of their portfolios, but allow me to highlight some of the major capital projects funded from our external partners. These include 13 examples: ongoing upgrading of the Caracol Road, ongoing upgrading of the Coastal Road, upgrading of the Philip Coastal Highway and Remate Bypass Project, upgrading of the Sarteneja Road and the construction of a new bridge at Laguna, the new Hanover Bridge, the completion of 3 miles of the Nagobank Road under the Resilient Rural Belize program, the Natural Disaster Management Project and Climate Vulnerability Reduction Program, a new tranche for the Social Investment Fund, the strengthening and digitization of tax administration, the Education Quality Improvement Project, and the Education Reform Program, the Sustainable Tourism Program, the construction of police and defense facilities, and the procurement of equipment, including forensic equipment, under the Belize Integral Security Program, and the new loan program at the DFC, designed specifically for MSMEs, especially women-led small businesses. As if these were not already great achievements, through the Social Investment Fund, we inaugurated 6 school projects, provided laptops for every child as a part of the Belize City Southside Free Education Program, constructed 3 polyclinics, and built 3 new water systems, all at a value of $14 million. Madam Speaker, while progress is being made on many fronts, I would like to take time to highlight one in particular, and that is the remarkable turnaround at the Lands Department. At the start of our administration, our backlog instruments were at over 20,000. We have already managed to reduce that to 2,687. In 2022-23 fiscal year alone, we cleared 9,860 instruments. In fiscal year 2022-23, National Estate produced approximately 10,000 lease approvals, purchase approvals, grants, and land certificates. The land mobiles are a huge part of eradicating the backlogs that haunted the ministry for the past 13 years. We practically held a land clinic every 2.5 weeks, equally split between public land clinics and internal land clinics. A total of 22 land clinics combined. And perhaps more refreshingly and instructive for the economy is that we are at this minute concluding a special land clinic for the land registry. That saw the completion of 2,500 land certificates and land titles, reducing the backlogs there by 50%. And that does not include the over 14,000 land certificates, deeds, and transfer certificate of titles that have been issued over the course of the fiscal year. All these efforts, the reduction of the backlogs at the National Estate from 20,000 to under 3,000, and having the land registry backlogs from 5,000 to 2,500 will allow the ministry to get current to now ensure that the wait time for lease approvals and purchase approvals and land certificates and land transfers are cut down considerably. In the past year, we distributed a little over 1,000 purchase approvals and titles to what we call the super constituencies, the teachers, nurses, police officers, public officers, and the Belize defense officers, and the Belize force soldiers. And as we speak, 10,000 lots are being surveyed all over the country so that we can reach first-time landowners as well as more public officers, the teachers and the nurses, and members of our police and security forces. And in this coming financial year, we will do even more. Madam Speaker, I take the time to thank the leadership of the Deputy Prime Minister and his staff, because these land clinics, Madam Speaker, they work hard. I know sometimes, we give bad name when we go to the ministry, to some officers, but I must tell you that in these land clinics, our public officers work from 9 until midnight to try to finish everything that is in front of them. And it is testament to the leadership of the Deputy Prime Minister and his staff that our public officers can and are good workers, Madam Speaker. I now report on the public debt. In December 2022, the total public debt stood at $4,031 million, or the equivalent of 64.1% of GDP. $2,716 million represented loans to external lenders, while $1,314 million was owed by government to domestic creditors. 67 cents of every dollar of debt is owed to foreign creditors and 33 cents of every dollar to local creditors. To meet the terms of this debt stock during this fiscal year, government paid some $112 million in interest and $97.5 million in principal repayments. Of every dollar in total revenue and grants for this budget year, government therefore paid 8 cents in interest. The average interest rate on the public debt comes in just under 3%. Though rising interest rates globally will nudge upward the cost of financing the public debt. Each year, going back 20 years, the IMF, based on what it called a debt sustainability analysis, has appraised Belize's public debt as unsustainable, which is doublespeak for credit distress and potential default. That being the case, there's a special sense of achievement, to quote from this year's IMF Article 4 concluding statement, and I quote, "The government has achieved a large reduction in the public debt from 133% of all GDP to 101% of new GDP, to 80% of GDP in 2021, and to 64.1% in 2022, end of quote. And the statement provides specific measures that resulted in this spectacular achievement of reducing the public debt from 133% of all GDP to 64.1% of new GDP. And I quote again, "The rebasing of national accounts, sizable fiscal consolidation, the debt for marine protection swap, strong GDP growth, expenditure containment, including a temporary 10% cut to the public sector wages, and the suspension of wage increments during fiscal year 2021-2023, a strong recovery of revenue, and a material discount on the debt owed to Venezuela under Petrocaribbean," end of quote. I invite those on the other side to consider this fact. The public debt surged by $2 billion under the UDP from 2009 to 2020, from $2.2 billion to $4.2 billion. And they were the ones that were accusing the former government of being reckless in borrowing. They increased the public debt by over $2 billion, Madam Speaker. In contrast, this administration, through its public debt management operations, has reduced the amount owed by the government by over $1 billion. Even Jules Vasquez the clap. $315 million in debt reduction attributable to the super bond, the blue bond, and blue bond transaction, which includes the principal reinstatement Belize avoided. Up to $163 million of Petrocaribbean debt from the recent reduction provided by Venezuela, and $39 million in damages avoided as a result of last September's settlement of the compensation claims for Belize International Services Limited, BISL, a grand total of $517 million of debt reduction. And the IMF projects that debt to GDP will fall to 53% of GDP by 2028. Of course, as long as we have a PUP government. While interest payments on debt will not exceed 1.8% of GDP, more or less the current level of debt servicing costs. Rescuing our dollar from devaluation while restoring Belize's creditworthiness are without question epoch-making accomplishments of this PUP administration. And we were able to do this in just 2 short years. At the start of this year, and after sweeping deliberations, the government has shared with stakeholders and the public Belize's Medium-Term Development Strategy, MTDS. The action plan is founded on 6 key cornerstones: poverty reduction, economic transformation and growth, trade deficit reduction, citizen security, protection of the environment, and stopping corruption. 224 programs and projects are identified as critical for the achievements of targets in each area of focus. And these programs and projects in turn interlock with the Ministry of Finance's 5-year fiscal forecast, including the flow of funding from both external and domestic sources. Into the 5-year horizon, both the IMF and Central Bank expect revenue and grants to average 23% of GDP. Wages, pensions, goods and services, and subsidies and transfers at 16% of GDP. Debt servicing at just under 2% of GDP, and crucially, capital investments at 5.6% of GDP. At these levels, the primary balance remains positive and the overall deficit stays below 1% of GDP, a level that can be financed. It is that last number, capital spending, which represents less than 20 cents of every dollar at government's disposal from revenue and grants, that largely funds the programs and projects necessary for the attainment of the objectives of the medium-term development strategy. This will engage this investment pool, and yes, public sector wages and operational related spending must be contained. To this end, tax collection must continue to improve, and new sources of financing, such as the Green Climate Fund, must be maximized. Belize cannot and should not expect that the great leap forward will be funded by handouts or reparations for the climate catastrophe caused by the so-called developed countries. While we pursue novel sources of financing, what remains within our control is to reduce waste, to ensure that those who should pay their fair share, and we must work to reduce the 70 cents of every dollar of public funds that is being consumed by non-capital spending. Consider this. Hurricane Lisa, as an example. Lisa made landfall just south of Belize City last November at the end of the hurricane season, causing substantial losses. NEMO estimates damages totaling $212.4 million, with 172 Belizeans affected by the storm. And how much financial support came from external sources? A grand total of $2.2 million, a mere drop in the bucket, most of which came from our Central American development partner, CABE, with whom we are truly grateful. Fortunately, this administration had by then created sufficient fiscal space for supplementary allocations, which address the most urgent needs of our people. Let me now outline the estimates of revenues and expenditures for the new fiscal year 2023-2024. The Ministry of Finance projects total revenues and grants of $1.408 billion compared to tax revenues of $1.372 billion. Non-tax revenues of $112 million, capital revenues of $5.5 million, and grants of $30 million. The subcategories of tax revenues are as follows. 1. Taxes on goods and services that account for 49 cents of every tax dollar. 2. Taxes on income and profits accounting for 26 cents of every tax dollar. 3. Taxes on international trade and transactions accounting for 18 cents of every tax dollar. And 4. Taxes on property accounting for less than 1% of each tax dollar collected. On the expenditure side, a total of $1.496 billion is proposed. Of this sum, $1.112 billion is classified as recurrent spending. This covers wages, pensions, goods and services, subsidies and transfers, and debt service interest costs. I am pleased to confirm that effective 1st April, the wage provisions include the resumption of increments for public officers. This will be merit-based and comes at a full 12 months prior to the original date for restoration. In addition to current cost, $383.4 million is programmed for capital investments during the new fiscal year, of which some $158 million are so-called Capital 3 funding drawn down from the various loans and grants already approved. $108 million is the amount projected for amortization payments. That is the repayment of principal on loans already contracted. The budget for fiscal year 2023-24 is forecasted with a primary surplus of $24.3 million, or 0.39% of GDP. That GDP is projected to be a robust $6.253 billion of economic output. Inflation for 2023 is forecasted at 4.1%. The overall deficit for fiscal year 2023-24 will be 1.41% of GDP, or some $88.1 million. Budget financing requirements include amortizations will total $210 million to be sourced from the following facilities. Loans from international financial institutions, $128 million. Grants from our bilateral partners, $30 million. Domestic financing, $54 million. In addition to several of the major multi-year capital projects to receive funding once, such as the Caracol, Coastal and Sarteneja roads, the Philip Gosden Highway, the Remate Bypass and the Haluma Bridge, the upgrading of 4.7 miles of the Valley of Peace Road, 3 miles of the San Carlos Road, and 3 miles of the Trial Road under the Resilient Rural Belize program, among others. New project funding will also flow to these programs. 1. The San Esteban Road Construction Project. 2. Strengthening Public Expenditure Management Project. 3, the Lands and Civil Registry Digitization Project. 4, the Sustainable and Inclusive MSME Program. And 5, the Trade and Investment Facilitation Project, among others. Madam Speaker, apart from the ongoing support of the recurrent and capital programs, this new budget will focus on several priority areas in keeping with our medium-term development strategy and with the overarching goals of Plan Belize. More money is being provided for the following high priority areas. An additional $4 million to expand the free education program to schools in the south side of Belize City and the Toledo district. In addition, $1 million to fund the surveying and processing cost of lots for first-time low-income house owners. In addition, $7 million for the expansion of the National Health Insurance Program in the Orange Walk district. With this move, Madam Speaker, we are going to have over 269,000 Belizeans registered under the National Health Insurance. An additional $3 million for municipal streets and drains. An increase of $5 million to meet the recruitment of an additional 225 police cadets, 110 BDF recruits, and some 60 Coast Guard recruits. An additional $1 million to support the Financial Intelligence Unit, including the establishment of a civil asset forfeiture and recovery unit to combat corruption. Let me say this, Madam Speaker. As a result of my taking time to visit communities across this nation, having spoken and interacted with Belizeans from every walk of life, and fielding questions time and again from the press about the rising cost of living, I am aware that with all our successes of the past year, there are still many Belizeans who believe that they are working harder and spending more for less. We all are. The fact is that the global shocks I laid out earlier are affecting people worldwide. To alleviate this, we have to spend more of our income on Belizean-made products, invest more in Belizean ingenuity and creativity, and waste less and budget smart. One example of this, Madam Speaker, is the progress we have made in the soybean industry, with the increase in production of soybean concentrate. The importation of soybean as animal feed and cooking oil has been reduced at a savings of over $25 million. With the investment by Western dairies, now that we can package our milk and can be kept in the shelves. Remember during the pandemic when our milk farmers were throwing away the milk? That no longer is happening because we can bag it and can sell it locally, and Belizeans are buying Belizean products. Through collaboration and partnerships with the private sector and other stakeholders, the government of Belize has transformed itself into an effective, forward-looking, fiscally disciplined entity that places the support of our Belizean businesses at the heart of Plan Belize, which will continue to pursue efforts for the implementation of the MSME strategy. The National MSME Roadshow is an initiative that lends support to the MSMEs across Belize under the following pillars: capacity building, access to finance, policy and legislative reform, MSME formalization, and market access. This national effort was implemented between August to November 2022 and complemented the drive to support local businesses by buying locally produced goods and services. This support is crucial, given small businesses' important role in creating jobs, strengthening communities, and increasing economic prosperity. To combat the challenges brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, the rising cost of doing business, and increased competition as a consequence of globalization, we joined forces to ensure that MSMEs have opportunities for fair access to finance and other support programs that will improve their competitiveness. This government supports our MSMEs, promoting buying Belize and remaining engaged in our country's development, as MSMEs have shown that in the majority, they are women-owned and/or women-led. To build upon what was started, governments approved a fiscal incentive bill that provides incentives across the spectrum for MSMEs and, very importantly, reduces the time to approval for both foreign and local investments. These incentives also offer micro and small businesses the option to formalize an amnesty upon registration and provide a year's exemption from business tax. All MSMEs under the fiscal incentive program will be allowed to register for GST to qualify them to obtain their GST refund. Another very important incentive is with government's procurement, in which the fiscal incentive program recognizes MSMEs and allows them to supply the goods or services they produce to government. The fiscal incentive program is earmarking 20% of all government procurement tenders to MSMEs. That is 20% of the government's forecasted budget for 2024-2025, equaling approximately $45 million. The other incentive tool is the one-off incentive, which will allow the importation of goods for capital investments, and this will expire after 12 months and will not exceed $1 million of imported goods. The intention of this investment tool is for businesses that wish to quickly import machinery or equipment to increase production or to expand in a short period of time due to demand in the market. In the very near future, the government of Belize, through the Ministry of Investment and Belt Trade, along with our partners in the private sector and civil society, will embark on a massive campaign to sensitize all Belizeans that buying local will benefit the country. It is the smart thing to do. Madam Speaker, this financial year, 2022-23, government will have spent $95 million on the pension plan for public officers. In the next budget, 2023-24, the spending rises to $100 million. The IMF estimates that the present value of this pension liability is 77% of GDP, more than the entire public debt of the country. I have said publicly, and I say again, this budget line spending is neither sustainable nor fair. To illustrate, this year, Social Security Board is projected to collect some $140 million in contributions and pay out some $110 million in benefit all across the country. This is the nature of a contributory pension scheme. Belize is an outliner in every material respect so far as retirement age, replacement rate, and contribution rate is concerned. Everywhere else in the Caribbean and Latin America, public officers' pension schemes are contributory. Listen to this. The average replacement rate, that is the average pension divided by the average earnings in the entire Latin America and the Caribbean region, is 61.9%. In Belize, the average replacement rate for public officers, when combining Social Security pension at 27.9% and public officers' non-contributory pension at 67.5%, both of which public officers will be entitled to, is 95.4%, a whopping 33.5% above the regional average. In most of the region, the voluntary age of retirement is 60 years and mandatory retirement age is 65 years. In the Caribbean, countries with special pension plans for public officials tend to have higher retirement ages. 60 years in the case of Trinidad and Tobago and Suriname, for example, and 65 years plus in the case of Jamaica, Barbados, Antigua, and Barbuda. The IMF has presented their formula for public pension reform and sustainability, which involve a contribution rate of 5% of wages, half of which, or 5%, to be contributed by the public officer, raising the current retirement age from 55 to 65 and reducing the replacement rate from 67% to 50%, all to be gradually phased in over time. I am happy to report that at a recent meeting, it was last week, at the meeting last week Thursday, of the ministerial consulting team that has been engaged in meetings with the joint unions on the important issues of increments and pension reform, significant progress was made. The update was positive as the joint unions have agreed to a phased implementation of a contributory pension scheme, having recognized that the current pension scheme is unsustainable. The first phase of the contributory pension scheme will commence with persons entering the public service as of 1st July 2023, and the unions have agreed to work with the government on mechanisms for a second phase rollout, where public officers will be included in the contributory pension scheme. Madam Speaker, this is surely historic. For sure, we must applaud our ministerial team, but more so, the joint unions team for this historic and unprecedented collaboration and achievement. We look forward to the continuation of constructive, reasoned, and respectful dialogue. Quite apart from the categorical steps this administration has already adopted in the pursuit of national prosperity, the recent IMF's report singles out several of the policy enhancements that are already in train. These include access to affordable credit for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, the Credit Reporting Act, the impending Credit Bureau and Collateral Registry, the Electronic Invoice Module, and the modernization of the Fiscal Incentives Act, the digitization of the land and the business registries, the single investment window, the digitization of firms and government services, updating the National Risk Assessment and AML/CFT steps to mitigate the financial integrity risk in the international financial sector, and the legal framework for restricting activities involving virtual assets. This sequence of policy and legislative action is a small sampling of creative solutions this administration has advocated as we strive towards our strategic objectives. Looking forward, the legislative agenda planned for the new fiscal year includes several key pieces of legislation, all aimed at improving the efficiency and effectiveness of public finance management and administration. These include a new Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, a new Financial Management Act, a new Property Transaction Tax Act, and a tax administration legislation. Madam Speaker, my cabinet colleagues and I realize that we cannot reverse the prevalence of poverty overnight, but our policies and this budget reflects a passionate determination to hasten that reversal. A recent analysis published earlier this week by the Statistical Institute of Belize showed that the rate falling from a UDP produced high of 52% to 35.9%. This is an encouraging start. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings of the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The clerk is being efficient. I have to give him credit. So are, Madam Speaker, the 7,478 new jobs created in 2022. The opportunity for work at a minimum wage, now $5 per hour, is the most basic step out of poverty. Education, we all know, is also a critical antidote to poverty. That is why the free secondary school education program is being funded to the tune of $6.4 million, providing support to 2,600 students who otherwise not be in the classroom. And the novel STEAM program, service, technology, engineering, arts and architecture, and maths and mathematics, is set for launch in the new school year with an inaugural class of 75 students, adds one more option for acquiring professional skills. And I must say, Madam Speaker, when the president of the IDB was here, we visited the old technical school where they are building these new facilities. I was quite impressed with what is being done out there, and I am recommending to everyone, even the other members from the other side of the floor, the opposition, to visit and see what we're doing. And what they are doing, they're hoping that shortly that high school will have over 300 students. And then, Madam Speaker, again, in being smart, in using what we have, this school is partnering with other high schools all across the country, that within a few years, we're going to have several thousands of students involved or registered or participating in the STEAM program, Madam Speaker. That is ingenuity, and I must thank the Minister of Education, along with the CEO who is here, for being able to get that project off the ground. And for the record, Madam Speaker, I know that your position when the Speaker said, oh, we started the STEAM project. Well, they started the talking because they talk about STEAM project, but they did nothing about the STEAM project. And that was not only the minister told me that, but even the people that they hired from before 2020 that were just sitting there being frustrated were telling us that they're so happy that Minister Fonseca and his team has gotten the STEAM project going forward, Madam Speaker. Housing. The thousands of homes we plan to construct, whether public or private sector built, supported by housing development incentive programs, is another lift out of poverty. So far, 260 starter homes have been delivered and another 200 will be completed in this fiscal year. I must again commend Minister Espat for that wonderful job that he and his team have been doing in building these homes all across the country. Madam Speaker, we're not giving Plaisem homes. We're giving them a well-designed, cement-constructed homes, designed in such a way that with time, these one-bedroom homes can be expanded. They can add another bedroom. They can go as much as 3 bedrooms or probably even 4 bedrooms. That is having vision, Madam Speaker, and thanks to Julius and his team, we continue to build these homes all across this country of Belize. There is one other massive, though often overlooked, antidote to poverty, and that's land. Whether for a home, a small farm, or simply as an asset to be leveraged for greater financial independence, a parcel of land can be a gateway out of poverty. And that is why, with support from the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Natural Resources is spearheading a survey and distribution program for almost 11,000 parcels in areas all across the 6 districts of this country. Final surveys have been funded and are almost completed. Assigning a modest value of $10,000 per lot would mean that this program alone represents $110 million transfer of wealth to qualify first-time landowners. Now that, Madam Speaker, that is truly transformational governance. Madam Speaker, there is no duty more sacrosanct than the management of the public purse. Taxes paid to the state are the product of the blood, sweat, and tears of hard-working citizens who rightfully expect those they elected to allocate these monies wisely. They expect those in the public service to spend these monies carefully. The value of a dollar does not change whether that dollar is directed towards $133 million construction of a new coastal road or the purchase of a new $800 wheat cutter for, say, the village of Scotland Half Moon. I will therefore never tire of demanding diligence and honesty, value for the people's money from those in Parliament with executive responsibility, as well as those public officials who oversee the budgetary and spending process of government. The public officers, the projects and the programs funded by this budget are all directed towards the betterment of life for Belizeans and the security of Belize as a nation state. From the proceeds of this budget, over 400,000 of us living in cities, towns, and villages should all benefit, many directly, but all in aggregate. In 2 short years, this administration has rekindled the trust in the public finance, recouping and far overshooting the pre-pandemic output of the economy and the scope of public sector spending and investments. The magic The marvel of Plan Belize has only just started. We push on, ensuring that our efforts will lead to more homes, more of our children in schools, more persons included in NHI, more land in the hands of first-time landowners, a more efficient and effective public service, more jobs, a stronger social safety net, safer cities, and yes, cleaner and greener rivers, streams, and sea. As we look ahead, my administration will not fear. We will not weep. We will choose to be bold, and we are determined to do more and to be extra for Belize. From Consejo in the north to Barranco in the south, from Benque Viejo in the west to the Lighthouse Reef Islands in the east, a brighter sun shines, a different, more confident nation awakens. And with the guidance of our Creator, let us stride forward, perhaps stumbling at times, but always moving forward to that noble land where justice and prosperity abound, and where every Belizean shall share in this untold wealth, as we said in our anthem, that every Belizean shall share in this wealth untold. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, I allow a brief recess so that the parliamentary staff can assist in removing the podium, and I'll do that before I put the question.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 49-2, I name Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th March 2023, respectively, for the continuation of the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 2023-2024 Bill 2023.
Honorable members, the question is that the continuation of the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 2023-2024 Bill 2023 be on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th March 2023, respectively. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act, Chapter 49 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for measures to ensure compliance with the Financial Action Task Force recommendations in relation to laws regarding anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, to provide for the requirements to keep records, to provide for forfeiture of undeclared currency, and to provide for matter considered connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, very quickly, as you all know, Belize is preparing for its fourth round of anti-money laundering, counter-financing terrorism mutual evaluation. Basically, this act is to ensure that terrorists and other criminals cannot finance their activities or launder the proceeds of their crimes through the physical cross-border transportation of currency and bear negotiable instruments. The current Customs Regulations Act lacks the necessary legal provisions to fully satisfy some of the requirements, and so we are closing those gaps, so to speak. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act, Chapter 49 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for measures to ensure compliance with the Financial Action Task Force recommendation in relation to laws regarding money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for the requirement to keep the records, and to provide for forfeiture for unclaimed currency, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to provide for the regulation of non-profit organizations, to protect non-profit organizations from terrorist financing abuse, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with, sorry? I'm getting a little ahead of my time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with the Standing Order number 42.2, I move that the second reading of the bill be proceeded with on the 22nd March of 2023.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be moved on, the second reading of the bill be moved on the 22nd of March. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to provide for the regulation of the non-profit organizations, to protect non-profit organizations from terrorist financing abuse, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding combating the financing of terrorism, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, simply put, this bill will provide for a registrar and a deputy registrar of the non-profit organizations referred to as NPOs. It also provides for the auditing of the NPO accounts, for risk-based on-site inspections of NPOs. It provides for the names of all NPOs to be published in the Gazette by the end of June annually. And it provides for administrative penalties for various breaches as contained in the legislation and remedies of any sanction undertaken by the registrar. Again, this is yet another part of a series of reform legislation to strengthen our laws regarding money laundering.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to provide for the regulation of non-profit organization to protect non-profit organization from terrorist financing abuse, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation with respect to laws regarding combating the financing of terrorism, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-2, I move that the second reading of the bill be proceeded with on 22nd March 2023.
Honorable members, the question is that the second reading of the bill be proceeded with on the 22nd March 2023. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I am presenting this on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Supplies Control Act, Chapter 293 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the power to issue violation tickets for particular offenses, to provide for the publication of the names and particulars of offenders, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Wow. Madam Speaker, this is, I see the Minister have a lot of information here, but I'll just get to the point. This simply, Madam Speaker, is an effect or an action our government is taking for us to be able to fight the price gouging in many instances that Belizeans feel that is taking place. And in this instance, this is a wonderful example where the public service is also cooperating with the executive, because when we have been meeting with, I remember when I met with the unions in December, they were the ones that came up with the idea to say, we don't need to hire more people. If you can give some of us the necessary responsibility to be able to go into stores and wherever they see a sign of price gouging, that then they could be able to issue a ticket to that establishment. So, in effect, we can have hundreds, if not thousands, of officers all across this country helping us to try to stave off the price gouging. Because there are many instances when some of these unscrupulous business people continue to raise the price of goods, where in many instances, Madam Speaker, it's not necessary. And all they do is to blame the inflation. But because they know we do not have the mechanism to check on them more closely, and also that it is a cumbersome way of trying to charge them. You know, they know or they feel that they could get away with it and to just be a small fine if and when they are caught. So we are making necessary adjustments, Madam Speaker, that we'll go to a ticketing system where we give them a ticket and then they will have to either pay the fine or decide if they want to go to court. Some pointers that the Minister made here, Madam Speaker, is that the Supplies Control Unit was established as a standalone unit within the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise to ensure that there are officers whose sole responsibility is administering the provisions of the Supplies Control Act. 2, the list of items with control price are under review to ensure relevance to the current market conditions. 3, court proceedings have been initiated in the Dandriga and Independence jurisdictions for violations of the regulations related to charging above the prescribed price and failure to post a price list. 4, a comprehensive review of the distribution chain for key imported grocery items is being done to determine the extent to which some of the price increases are the natural result of imported inflation as opposed to price gouging. This will allow for greater efficiency in deciding which establishments are subject to comprehensive inspection. 5, in order to allow greater speed and efficiency in dealing with violators, the government will introduce an amendment to allow for certain violators under the Supplies Control Act to be treated as ticket-able offenses. This will reduce the administrative burden on inspectors and allow them to use more time and material resources, increasing market presence instead of filing paperwork. 6, in order to expand market surveillance and coverage, the government has agreed to accept the generous offer of the PSU to identify capable, dedicated, and trustworthy public officers to assist with the monitoring of prices and issuing violation tickets. This will greatly improve the enforcement presence, which will enhance compliance. It is expected that this assistance will have the most impact in the 2 southern districts and in rural communities. Madam Speaker, as I said, this is again a good example where the public officers are partnering with the executive in trying to protect our consumers when we are all going through a hard time with inflation. And I'm hoping that that both sides of the House would be ready to support this bill. It has the recommendation of the Cabinet, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee for examination, consideration and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Supplies Control Act, Chapter 293 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the power to issue violation tickets for particular offenses, to provide for the publication of the names and particulars of offenders, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-2, I move that the second reading of the bill be proceeded with on 22nd March 2023.
Honorable members, the question is that the second reading of the bill be proceeded with on the 22nd March 2023. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Meeting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourned to Wednesday, 22nd March 2023 at 10 a.m.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourned to Wednesday, 22nd March 2023 at 10 a.m. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
The Caribbean Development Bank Belize Resilient Program, Be Resilient Loan Motion 2023. Whereas in Section 3.2 of the Loans Caribbean Development Bank Act, Chapter 74 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2003, provides that is subject to such conditions as may be agreed between the Government of Belize and the Caribbean Development Bank. The government may borrow from the bank from time to time such sums as may be required by the government. And whereas Section 3.2 of the said Act further provides that no agreement in respect to the sums borrowed under the powers conferred by Section 3.1 shall be executed unless the terms and conditions thereof have been first approved by resolution of the House of Representatives to that effect. And whereas the bank has offered to lend the government a sum of $5 million, the loan from the bank's special fund resources. And whereas the purpose of this loan is to provide co-funding to assist the government in the continued implementation of the Resilient Rural Belize Be Resilient program, currently financed by the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, and the Green Climate Fund, GCF, that will improve smallholder commercial agricultural production, access to markets, and resilience to climate change, referred to as the project. And whereas the loan will be used to co-finance activities under the Be Resilient project, as it relates to infrastructure works for agriculture, rural roads, rehabilitation, and engineering and construction-related services. And whereas the loan is being offered on the following terms and conditions: A, US $5 million from special funds resources to be paid in 80 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments commencing 5 years after the date of the loan agreement. B, interest at the rate of 0.75% per annum of the paid quarterly on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding from time to time. C, the loan shall be fully disbursed by December 21st, 2026, or such later date as the bank may specify in writing. And therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the project will continue to minimize the impacts of climate and economic events on smallholder farmers while supporting sustainable market access for their products, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the CDB on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents associated therewith. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet. But Madam Speaker, just very quickly, this is a straightforward loan motion. This is a project that I think was started, I think it's around 2016 under the UDP. The problem is that it was never enacted. And it included, I think it's about $30 million, it's a pity the Minister of Agriculture is not here, of grant money. When we came into government, this was brought to our attention that we were about to lose that grant money if we did not get the project started. The project never started since 2016. Now that we have started the project, and since a lot of these costs were estimated in 2016, now that we are in 2024, and now we have the issues of inflation, the project is running short of money. So in effect, we are borrowing this $5 million to be able to finish this project that was approved in 2016, and it's only in 2021 that our government has started to get this project going. So I am asking the support of both sides of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member from Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good afternoon. Happy Women's Month to all of the women here in the National Assembly, especially you, Madam Speaker. The special envoy is still here. High regards to her as well. And good morning, good afternoon to all of the colleagues here in the National Assembly and the Belizean people tuned in, especially in Mesopotamia and the other 30 constituencies. Madam Speaker, while climate resilience is certainly something that we have championed under the previous UDP administration, as admitted to by the Prime Minister, I just have to always highlight the fact to the Belizean people that borrowing and debt is a part of governance. And the statements that continue to be made by the government and the Prime Minister as to the billions of dollars in debt that the previous administration left with the country, it is really disingenuous, Madam Speaker, when you have a current administration that has not had a sitting of the House without a loan motion, Madam Speaker. And again, I caution, as I always do when these loan motions come, it is not that the item that we're getting the financing for is something that is not credible or not needed. But again, it needs to be highlighted that borrowing and debt is a part of governance, Madam Speaker. So when the Prime Minister talks about the debt that the Barrow administration left behind, it is disingenuous and it is not consistent with what governments need to do in order to move their countries forward, Madam Speaker. So just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Toledo West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to give my full support to the loan motion that is before us. Madam Speaker, I won't be long on this, but I think it is important that we respond back to the statements being made by the leader of the opposition. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister was very clear. We almost lost this funding because under their administration, they dragged their feet and never saw it important that the rural population, the agro-productive sector, get the kind of support that they need. So how hypocritical of him and that side of the government, Madam Speaker? He speaks on the one side saying that, well, every time you come here, you bring a loan motion to borrow. But says, I see the importance of it. So where are you, Mr. Leader of the Opposition? You either support or you don't. This is a very important loan motion. This is to provide support to the agro-productive sector under the RRB project. We have seen, Madam Speaker, where the farmers in Nagobank have gone from one level to another level, where their road is supporting the agro-productive activities that they are doing, where they are producing, selling locally, contributing to the local economy, and making a huge investment in food security for our country. We are seeing where farmers in Trayo are getting support. Farmers in San Jose are going to see their bypass upgraded so that they can bring out their products and take it to the local market and improve their economic well-being, their social well-being. So this is necessary, Madam Speaker. This is important, and that is the commitment that we on this side of the House have to support the rural productive sector of our country. So I just wanted to make that absolutely clear, Madam Speaker. You know, every time you hear the leader and the opposition whine and chime, but what did they do? We clearly heard the Prime Minister speak this morning. Under their leadership, they racked up the debt bill to over $2 billion. $2 billion of debt. That is their legacy. And what did they do to support the rural productive sector? In less than 2 years, we brought down the debt by $1 billion. We are being proactive. We are being supportive to the rural area and by extension, the entire country, Madam Speaker, because we want to grow this economy. We want to see that we become self-sustainable in terms of our food security, in terms of our economy. That is what we are seeking to do, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I fully endorse this loan motion that is before us.
I recognize the member for Cayo Northeast.
Madam Speaker, I also rise, Madam Speaker, to support this loan motion. I recall, Madam Speaker, we were in opposition in this very same house. We were sitting on the other side, of course. And this project through IFAD was supposed to have commenced. And I stood up at one of these meetings, Madam Speaker, because it had been delayed and we were awaiting the commencement of this project. Well, lo and behold, I had written to IFAD office in Rome, and I got a response from Ms. Andrea Marchetti, who was at the time, I think still is, the program officer. And she responded saying that part of the reason why the project was delayed was because the government of the day did not do their part. They did not even afford a procurement officer so that the project could go on stream. And so it was, Madam Speaker, that because of this time now, the project was delayed a few years, and it was then when the PUP government came into power that we activated the project. From that time, the estimates and costs have exacerbated because of inflation, and so it is that now this government has had now to come up with this proposal for this loan motion so that we can continue financing this most needed project, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the caution that the leader of the opposition is talking about loans. But I can assure him that we are not borrowing recklessly. We're borrowing to invest. When you look at the record of the previous government, they borrowed $2 billion, but we ended up being poorer than what we were in 2008. We had more unemployment than when we were in 2008. The country is in a worse state of disrepair than when we were in 2008. So you borrow these monies and they're not invested wisely. From our end, we're ensuring that we're investing in the private sector, we're investing in women and children and young people to ensure that we can get a return on our investment. In the private sector, every business person will tell you that when you want to expand your business, most instances you have to borrow. Very few businesses have that kind of cash flow that they could just go and write one check. But I guess you're not in the private sector, so you would not know that you have to borrow. You know? I mess with you, leader. But the point I'm trying to make, though, why this is important. For instance, in this component, we're going to have a matching grant scheme to support our farmers. And this component will target 30,000 direct beneficiaries, 18,000 of whom will be women and young people, 18,000. The minister has said about the Nagobank, the 3 miles that have been recently paved. There's a memorandum has just been signed yesterday for improving the 5 miles of the Valley of Peace Road. Is it paving or just up to paving? Yeah, up to paving the 5 miles there, Madam Speaker. We have other roads that will include 3 miles at the Chair Road, 3 miles of the San Carlos Road. We have 4 miles of feeder roads in the San Jose Toledo district, 2 miles of feeder roads in Bomba, Belize district, 11 miles of feeder roads to San Carlos or Indrock district. One of the things that we mentioned in cabinet to the minister is for us to try as best as possible to pave these roads as opposed to just take them to paving standards. Because once you do that, once the rain comes, you wash away, you lose a lot of money. So it's best that we do less, but pave more, and trying to do all of this, and then 1 year later, it has already been washed away. I also want to point out to the leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, that the interest rate on this $5 million, it's fixed. It's a fixed interest rate at 0 0.75%. This is not even covering inflation. So in effect, they give you some money, the free money, because, well, the inflation is eating up a large portion of this money. So, Madam Speaker, whilst I appreciate his caution, I must tell you that we are being very prudent, we're being very strategic, we're ensuring that we invest where we could get the biggest bang for our money. I appeal to both sides of the House to support this loan motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Caribbean Development Bank, Belize, Social Investment Fund 3, Additional Loan Motion 2023. You have Section 3.1 of the Loans, the CDB Act, Chapter 74 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2003, provides that is subject to such conditions as may be agreed between the Government of Belize and the Caribbean Development Bank. The government may borrow from the bank from time to time such sums as may be required by the government. And whereas Section 3.2 of the said Act further provides that no agreement in respect of sums borrowed under the powers conferred by Section 3.1 shall be executed unless the terms and conditions thereof have been first approved by a resolution of the House of Representatives to that effect. And whereas on 8 June 2017, the Government of Belize entered into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank to provide funding for the Belize Social Investment Fund, BSIF-3, to undertake several projects geared towards providing basic social and economic infrastructure, social services, and organizational strengthening services to poor and vulnerable communities in Belize. And whereas on the 7th June 2022, the Government of Belize approached the bank for an additional loan to be able to meet the shortfall in the financing of approved sub-projects under the 2017 BSIF-3 loan agreement due to the unexpected significant increases in anticipated costs, thereby affecting the ability to complete the implementation of the remaining sub-projects. And whereas the Board of Directors of the bank has recently approved an additional loan to the government in the sum of US $1,262,400 from the bank's special funds resources. And whereas the purpose of the additional loan will be to remedy the shortfall in funding for the remaining community sub-projects approved under the BSIF-3 for project implementation. And whereas the additional loan is being offered on the following terms and conditions. A, US $1,262,400 from the SFR to be repaid in 80 equal and consecutive quarterly installments commencing 3 years after the date of the additional loan agreement. B, interest at the rate of 0.75% annum to be paid quarterly on the amount of the additional loan portion withdrawn and outstanding from time to time. C, the loan shall be fully disbursed by the 31st December 2024, or as such later date as the bank may specify in writing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that this additional loan for the BSIF-3 will significantly contribute to the government's continued dedicated efforts to alleviate poverty and to improve the living conditions of its citizens, specifically in the rural communities, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents. Madam Speaker, this loan motion is for US $1.2 million to complete various projects on the way that are being managed by the Social Investment Fund. Again, it's the 0.75% concessional interest rate, which is not even covering the inflation. So in effect, they're kind of giving us some free money in that aspect. These funds will be used for the completion of building construction works to accommodate additional classrooms in the Corazon Creek Technical High School in the Toledo District, completion of the new substitute buildings for a physically safe school environment in Cristo Rey RC Preschool, Pre-Primary and Primary School in the Carroll District, the construction of adequate facilities at the Dorothy Menzies Child Care Center Administration Building and dormitories. We will also be expanding access to potable water by way of an additional 80 connections in the rural communities of Libertad and Concepcion. Madam Speaker, the significant increase in material costs brought on by the global pandemic and substandard performance by certain contractors necessitated the securing of additional funds to complete these projects. In effect, what has happened that the previous government gave some of these projects to some of their favored contractors, and the quality was poor. And so we, along with the bank, could not approve the project that they were building. And so now we have to find somebody else to finish the project. And so it's costing us more money. So again, Madam Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to thank the CDB for making these funds available for these much needed projects at a highly concessional rate. This is all about improving the lives of our people and improving rural living. And we can get, and I hope that we can get the unanimous support of this Honorable House on this loan motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
Hello? Yes. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, Madam Speaker, it is comedic, befuddling, and at the same time disappointing when you hear the Prime Minister make these presentations talking about projects that started under the UDP. Sometimes I think you're suffering. I know Dean Barrow traumatized the PUP for 15 years, 13 years, and so I think you're suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome, that you still think that you're in opposition because you are the government, but every opportunity you get, you criticize the UDP. But your criticisms are contradictory because, again, you look at the numbers, Madam Speaker. We support the agro-productive sector. We support the rural areas. I was just in Toledo the other day, and you look at those highways. You look at the infrastructure of this country under the UDP. That is the UDP, not the PUP. When the PUP borrowed money, Madam Speaker, they were borrowing Bear Stearns $500 million with absolutely nothing to show for. This Prime Minister just said that these monies they're asking for are to continue projects under the UDP. So, Madam Speaker, again, I appreciate that the Prime Minister heeds my caution and understands why. But when you look at the $2 billion he claims that the UDP incurred in debt, please, 42B, Madam Speaker, is that the the standing order you always remind me of, I just want to make sure I remember. Prime Minister, that is 13 years. $2 billion in 13 years. Let us be transparent and forthright with the Belizean people and not be disingenuous and try to confuse them. So in 13 years, $2 billion is about $150 million per fiscal year. You, sir, in 2 fiscal years, have incurred $500 million in debt. That is $250 million per fiscal year. So you are borrowing $100 million more, you are incurring $100 million more in debt than the great beloved UDP that you love so much that you have to talk about every single house meeting. You know, you said that I am not a businessman. I am a serious businessman, sir. You may not appreciate the orange sector, even though you tried to talk about it the other day. I know your Minister of Culture appreciates it. I know the Deputy Prime Minister appreciates it, but you may not appreciate it. I don't talk about orange for orange walk. I talk about culture, the arts. Yes, sir. It is a $100 billion industry in other places in the world. And I, sir, participated in that as a publisher, own my own publishing company, own my own production company in film and in entertainment. So I know a thing or two about business, right? So the bottom line, sir, we do need monies. 42B member from Kayo, sir, behave, man. I'm going to pray for the 2 away. Yes, you do need money to be invested, Madam Speaker, in order to expand. But the Belizean people just need to understand the hypocrisy, the double standards. When the UDP borrows, it's bad. You're incurring debt. Yet you are incurring $100 million more in debt in the 2 years that you've been here. And thank goodness you won't make it to 13 years. This is your last term. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and members. Indeed, there is a standing order. Thank you, member, for reminding me. Oh.
Madam Speaker, this gentleman, trying to behave, I'm trying to be nice, I'm trying to be kind.
Please do.
But talking about traumatized, Dean Barrow traumatized almost 400,000 Belizeans, my brother. Look at what he did to this country. He has gone down in the history as being the worst prime minister this country has ever seen. And that's the fact. Even the late Sir Manuel Esquivel has become a better prime minister than Dean Barrow, man and men. And that was bad. Listen, it's not about borrowing. It's about what you do with the money. Let us not talk about what happened in the Ministry of Works. When they borrowed money, and what one contractor get almost $250 million. And when you look at the kind of work, right now that sucker have to do, I could use the word sucker. Is that bad? Sorry.
Could we try to use better words?
Somebody could help me up. Huh? No, not in Espanol.
No, not in Espanol either, please. Members, let's respect the standing order. Allow the member on his feet to speak uninterrupted.
Let me not wake up that one over there. But the point is, Madam Speaker, when you look at the substandard work that these people have done, when you see some of those roads that they built, look at the entrance of Belize City. We're doing it all over again. Look at presently, right now, there's the favorite UDP contractor is finishing the coastal road. You know why they do it? You know why? Because we watch every step we take, we make sure that every nail, if you buy, you have to put the nail. And not make sure they have cut sharp on the cement, and cut sharp on the steel, and cut sharp on the tar. We make sure that they have to give we value for money. You know, the good old days, when you look at the road that he built in the entrance of Orange Walk Town, how it broke up. When you look at the road that he built, the street that he built in Corozal, you know, they carry the sisa because they go up and down way down, they burn up the cement. I mean, are we? Yes. The highways that we have to do. Yes. All of the things that they have to do. But we could have still give you a long list. It's how you spend that money. In 2 years, and I'll give you so that you can have in context. Your father had average growth of what, 1.1% of growth of the economy, and borrowing $2 billion. Here we had 15%, and now we have 12% growth, and our government will double the Belizean economy in less than 10 years. If we continue our UDP, may take with 50 years, my brother. That's the difference. You need to know how you invest your money. And then when you invest, you have to make sure you get value for money. That is the difference between UDP and the PUP. Borrowed $2 billion, and we were poorer, higher unemployment, less children in schools than what we have that we're seeing in 2 short years. We could imagine what we are doing in the next 8 years, 10 years from now. Just imagine. No? What did they get? Exactly, what did Mesopotamia get? A few streets, only cement? It's only a few cement streets? Even houses, you know, built. So that is what you're supposed to look back and, and respectfully, don't embarrass yourself. Look, you could be tired, you know what, but the truth is, when you come and see these things, you embarrass yourself. Because look, the Minister of Works, the former Minister of Works, look at how he plundered that ministry. And what did your father do? Nothing. Nothing. What? Yes. Not even us, but the former minister, member from Fort Loyola. We could get a whole list of them. To the end, the Prime Minister and even the whole cabinet meetings, because alone don't see money get in there, and deal with them. Yes. Alone don't see money. So, Madam Speaker, what we are doing again is that we, unfortunately because of high cost of inflation, unfortunately because of some of the UDP contractors that got these contracts earlier that were doing a bad job, and with the concurrence of the bank, the CDB, they had to cancel these contracts, and now it costs me more money thanks to UDP. Here we have to borrow a little over $1 million US, Madam Speaker. It's unfortunate that we have to come to this house for this, but I am asking the support of both sides, including the leader of the opposition, to support us so we could finish these projects for the people that live in the rural areas and desperately need these projects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this law motion be taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the clerk. I recognize no clerk. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the Official Charities Fund Motion 2023 be it resolved that this House approves the expenditure of $2,385,089 from the official charities fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the coming year ending 31st March 2024. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the Caribbean Development Bank, Belize Resilience Program Be Resilient Loan Motion 2023, and the Caribbean Development Bank, Belize Social Investment Fund 3, Additional Loan Motion 2023, passed this day. As you are well aware, on the Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the motions. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 157-1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Caribbean Development Bank Belize Resilience Program, Be Resilient Loan Motion 2023. Number HR 158/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Caribbean Development Bank Belize Social Investment Fund 3, Additional Loan Motion 2023.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the project will continue to minimize the impacts of climatic and economic events on smallholder farmers while supporting sustainable market access for their produce, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the project will continue to minimize the impacts of climatic and economic events on smallholder farmers while supporting sustainable market access for their produce, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please allow me to say hello to my friend, my former classmate in school, Antonio Novello, better known as Dudu. Just notice that he is right here. Thanks, very good. He was one of the, actually they're one of the pioneers of the Lamanai route. They were the first here, they were the first to be able to start to take tours way back in the late 70s and early 80s to Lamanai before anybody knew about Lamanai. There's some good stories I could tell about him, but I don't want to say it right now. Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that this additional loan for the BSIF 3 will significantly contribute to the government's continued dedicated efforts to alleviate poverty and to improve the living conditions of its citizens, specifically in the rural communities, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that this additional loan for the BSIF 3 will significantly contribute to the government's continued dedicated efforts to alleviate poverty and to improve the living conditions of its citizens, specifically in the rural communities, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons, Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new definitions under the Act, to increase the categories of persons qualified to enter or remain in Belize for the purpose of engaging in or finding gainful employment with an employer or a self-employed persons, and to provide for matters they are considered and for matters connected thereto or incidental to. Again, Madam Speaker, this is something that's being implemented across the Caribbean as part of the Treaty of Chaguaramas, and it includes a number of amendments to the Immigration Act, which we will talk about shortly, and the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act. The key amendments to, and let me talk a little bit about the Immigration Act also. The Immigration Act includes the insertion of the definition of definite stay, which in this case would be for a period of 6 months. The Act is also to be amended to include clear reference to the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, and to remove the required documents for application for indefinite stay for a qualifying certificate from the Act and place them in the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons regulations. It also includes a provision for refusal of application, which also means that the Act will be amended to allow for the removal of the text in respect to reciprocity. To facilitate the establishment of a business in CARICOM, sections of the Act will be repealed and replaced to simplify the establishment of an economic enterprise and to separate the application to register a business name from the application for indefinite stay. Madam Speaker and colleagues, these amendments will further the principles, the goals and objectives of the Treaty of Chaguaramas by allowing the free movement of economically active citizens who can contribute to stimulating a robust economy with higher employment and productivity. It will also allow for CARICOM nationals to better exercise their rights and obligations while fostering an environment that is conducive to doing business within Belize, especially through the movement of its people. Madam Speaker, I see no reason why anybody should object to these amendments. Thank you.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition Member from Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the opposition is well aware that this is indeed a part of a CARICOM agreement, but we cannot support the implementation of these amendments to provide for this agreement to take effect in Belize at this time. Our economy just cannot withstand it. Our workers, the workers that will be displaced by allowing this to take place under the UDP administration, we refused to accede to this request. And we are not alone. There's only one other CARICOM nation that is taking the step that Belize has taken. I believe that's Barbados. Nobody else, not Trinidad, not Guyana, not Jamaica. None of the CARICOM sister nations are taking the step. And for wise reasons. We can't, certainly recovering from COVID, with the many difficulties the different economies face, this is a step too far. The menial workers, the caregivers, the house cleaners, the mechanics, all the people that are on that lower ladder will be displaced. There's not enough jobs as it is. I know the Prime Minister likes to talk about what the Statistical Institute has reported to him with that 5% unemployment. That's still a percent higher than what it was in 2018, 2019. So we haven't reached to a point where everybody is indeed winning, and so we have jobs to give away. So, Madam Speaker, I don't think it's wise to implement this at this time. I understand our responsibility to the collective agreements that are forged at these CARICOM heads of state meetings, but nobody else is doing it, just Barbados. And again, for wise reasons. We're just recovering, we're just trying to get back on track, and we cannot withstand it. And so in the name of all of those employees and hardworking people still looking for jobs, or that may be displaced by other nationals throughout CARICOM, we just can't afford it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, the CARICOM Single Market and Economy is a treaty that Belize had signed on to. And under those treaty agreements, initially we looked at skilled labor, persons with university degrees, persons that had what they call national vocational qualifications at the certification level, media persons, artists, sportsmen, nurses, teachers, managerial staff, and technical staff. While I see no objection as it relates to the establishment of business, I take strong objection as it relates to increasing the category of workers that will now be provided or now can apply for this status. In the bill, Madam Speaker, we talk about the agricultural worker, the domestic worker, those persons who may wish to provide personal care and assistance for persons with disabilities, etc. Child care providers, security guards, Madam Speaker. And even though the statistics, as my colleague said, suggests that we are only now at a 5% unemployment rate, that is certainly not the experience on the ground. These are jobs, Madam Speaker, that I feel Belizeans are amply qualified to take up. And I can't say, and it has not been my experience, Madam Speaker, that these jobs are overflowing to the point where we want to invite nationals from other CARICOM countries to come in and take up these opportunities. Not only them, Madam Speaker, but their dependents and their spouses can also come and apply and live in Belize with the indefinite stay consideration. Even though we have signed on to the Treaty of Chaguaramas, Madam Speaker, and we are advocates for the free movement of skills, persons, there is no obligation by any government to extend the category of workers unless it feels that the market demands that type of worker to be brought into its economy. I associate my comments with that of the member for Mesop, in that we're still recovering from COVID. there are still many Belizeans who are looking for meaningful employment. I don't know that we have any vocational programs at the certification level offered here in Belize for Belizeans in those areas that we are now extending. And so nationals that come from other countries will have an advantage because they would have been certified in providing these services to the Belizean population. For those reasons, Madam Speaker, I am not prepared to support this bill. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Kaya Northeast.
Madam Speaker, I stand to support this Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Amendment Bill. Contrary to what we hear from the other side, Madam Speaker, whether or not this is a political statement, whether or not it is in compliance with our obligations under the Treaty of Chaguaramas, I think this is speaking to us as doing good within the CARICOM community. Madam Speaker, we may be in Central America, one of the countries maybe with one of the higher incomes per capita, but not so in the Caribbean and CARICOM. So I don't see the expectation of garnering so many people coming to Belize to outplay some of our workers. But Madam Speaker, also the fact that we have many Central American people who come to Belize, whether as refugees or through amnesty programs, and they take up some of these jobs, and many of them eventually stay and get nationality. The fact, Madam Speaker, is that also what this bill affords, if some of these people come in, even from the lower category working group, that there is a balance in ethnicity. And I think that it is healthy for our Belizean people. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I believe that I can say firmly that I do support this Skilled Persons Amendment Bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk East.
Madam Speaker, I just will do a short, brief intervention in support of this amendment to the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skills Person Amendment Bill. And I believe my colleague, the Honorable Orlando Habet, member of Kaya Northeast, has set out clearly what. But just for the record too, Madam Speaker, I refer you to the Sessional paper 155/1/13 that was presented this morning. And if you look in there, the members present at that House Committee meeting were the Honorable Horace Spot, Honorable my colleague Misho Shebat, Honorable Michael Spot, myself, who attended on behalf of the Deputy Prime Minister, and the two colleagues from the other side. And you would assume that instead of trying to come here and grandstand, that they would have brought these concerns at the committee meeting, and so that those things can come back to the House with amendment if that's the case. Just trying to making point that you have enough time to bring these matters during committee meeting. And it's you're trying to get here and grandstand and trying to act as if we are not. And just today, in fact, Minister Osha just shared with me online article where Trinidad and Tobago has done the same that we are doing here today. So I mean, come on, we are fulfilling our obligations as part of
members. I'm trying to listen to.
We are fulfilling our obligations as a government on a treaty that has been signed many years ago. So I fully support this amendment, Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister. Recognize the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I recognize the concerns that the opposition would have, and it could be valid, but we don't need to be shrill about what's going to happen. For instance, as you pointed out, we've had a lot of Central Americans that have come into Belize, and they have been good in agriculture, they have been good in construction, and our people have learned from them to be able to work as hard as them because, let me finish, please. Tracy, when you talk, I listen to you. I thought I was talking to my friend.
When we respect members.
I thought I was talking to my friend, but okay, honorable member from Albert. Okay? All right. No, don't take yourself too serious. The point I'm trying to make to you, honorable member from Albert, is that when you have people come in here, they force us to become better. Now, when you look at what we have here, to be a domestic worker, you have to get a qualification of a National Vocational Qualification, or NVQ. Now, if you get that qualification, you are going to Belize, you are left Jamaica or Trinidad and going to Belize and work for $200 a week with one NVQ? Obviously not. They're not going to work for $200. They are going to be able to go somewhere else and not come to Belize. The point is that we are a part of the Caribbean, and we have signed to the Treaty of Chaguaramas, and now more and more countries are starting to sign on. We are either going to be a part of it or not. That's simple, like with basketball. Honorable member from Albert, if you play basketball and you only want to play with shitting team, you'll never get better. You have to play
Prime Minister.
What?
No.
Sorry. If you play with teams, I'm not preferring.
We'll scrap that word from the records.
Madam Speaker, the point I'm trying to make, if you are going to play with teams that are subpar and play below your quality, you will never improve. So by opening up our borders and we have and treating.
Member for Albert, standing order 42B. See, I've now invoked the standing order. Members, all members, please, standing order 42B. Let's respect it.
And I've just made a good point right now. The Secretary General of CARICOM is a Belizean. If we never have that, that means you would not be able to work there. That's the point. The point is these are skilled laborers. We have to be able to open up. And so I don't know, sorry, against your advice, against many advice. But the point is, Madam Speaker,
Member, Prime Minister, standing order 42B. There's a reason why it's in the book. It's so that we don't have too much of this that can get a bit carried away. Prime Minister, please continue with your contribution.
That's the problem, Madam Speaker. When the Honourable Member for Albert is speaking, nobody did tell her anything. But when we are talking, she wanted to throw things, and when you throw things to her, then she overly, oh my God, she'll start to cry. Stop it. Stop it, man. There you go again. There you go again.
Members, let's get through this debate, please.
Yes, exactly, man. If you want us to treat you like a lady, behave like one. Madam Speaker, the point I'm trying to make to the honourable members from the opposition, whilst I would appreciate the concerns that they may have, we have signed on to an agreement. And I am not afraid that our people cannot compete. We have good employees. We have good workers. And there is absolutely no reason to be afraid. When you look at, for instance, and I'll repeat again, a nanny that signed that have an NVQ, they're not going to come over for $200. Well, these are people that are working for a lot of money. They are working for the super rich people that we don't have in Belize. So there's nothing to be afraid. What we need to do now is to become better, to learn to compete. We're no longer living in a closed environment. The world has opened up, and if we are not prepared to compete, then we are going to be left behind. And I could assure you that under a PUP government, Belize will not be left behind. We are going to be marching forward, Madam Speaker. I urge everybody to support this amendment.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 17.2 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new definitions under the Act, to increase the categories of persons qualified to enter or remain in Belize for the purpose of engaging in or finding gainful employment with an employer or as self-employed persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new definitions under the Act, to increase the categories of person qualified to enter or remain in Belize for the purpose of engaging in or finding gainful employment with an employer or as self-employed persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is just a continuation of the first Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons. This immigration amendment bill, Madam Speaker, as I said, is in relation to the movement of nationals of the Caribbean Community States. We're clarifying for the period of definite and indefinite stay for nationals of the Caribbean Community States and will provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. As I said again, Madam Speaker, once we are allowing people to be able to serve with certain category of skills to move into Belize to be able to work, likewise like Belizeans going into these other countries, certainly then we have to make the amendments from within the Immigration Act to be able to allow these people to stay legally in Belize during that time. I urge the support from all members of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition member from Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting that the Prime Minister would say that we have other nations passing this legislation, Madam Speaker. It is certainly not the case. My friend from Jamaica, Prime Minister Holness, he's not doing that. My personal body, a part of the Caribbean Democratic Union, tell you? I just see the man in Washington.
Hi, members.
How about Gaston Brown? You say Gaston Brown, I know me, but boy, you will, But the point is, Prime Minister Brown, Prime Minister Holness, none of our sister nations are passing this legislation. So when you try to chastise the member from Albert and try to ridicule me as if we are living on another planet, you are living on another planet, and that is the planet of being disconnected, because you are the super rich. So you don't understand about the security guards and me ballet at Toledo West. The agro people are going to be impacted. I'm surprised at you. I know you now get up, member from Toledo West, and support this that will displace your people. And Prime Minister, again, since you are Prime Minister Holness, the more valid than me, you call after the meeting and ask him, say, Prime Minister Holness, why haven't you implemented it? Because our people can't go to Jamaica. Our security guards, our housekeepers, caregivers can't go to Jamaica. So this is one-sided. This is not benefiting the Belizeans. Okay, Sorry. This is, I'm think that one of your technical people, because he's a rabid PUP. He's a good musician, but he's a rabid PUP, but I don't hold it against him. But yeah, 42B.
First, you B. Let's please.
Granted, Madam Speaker, granted. But there is no benefit to the Belizean people.
Please.
There is no benefit to the Belizean people, Madam Speaker, and that is exactly why the Prime Minister's besties in Jamaica and in Barbuda, Yobale, the St. Vincent, none of your colleagues are passing this because it impacts their people. And I want the Belizean people to take note of what you said, that, well, toughen up. If you can't compete, then I'll get left behind. You will get left behind in the municipal elections and in the general elections because you're not adding up. So I'm glad that you take it like that. If you not deliver, you not perform, you'll get left, and the PUP government will get left in the next elections. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Wait, 1 second. 1 second, member for Freetown. Really, standing order for 2B, please. Member for Freetown.
You know, Madam Speaker, it was not my intention to speak on either of these bills. But really, I'm moved to speak on this issue because of the scaremongering that I'm hearing from the leader of the opposition in particular. It's really disappointing and it's rather disgraceful, to be very honest with you. And it demonstrates to me both a lack of leadership and a complete misunderstanding of the purpose and objective of these bills. Clearly, you're hearing from different people little bits and pieces, but not doing any of your own work in terms of reading and understanding these bills. These bills, both of them, are in fulfillment of Belize's role as a leading voice in CARICOM. Belize just chaired, the Prime Minister of Belize for the previous 6 months was the chair of CARICOM. We, sitting in that chair, in that capacity, led the fight for some of these activities and initiatives. CARICOM has, for so long, there has been just a lot of talk in CARICOM. And one of the primary goals and objectives of Belize's tenure as chair of CARICOM was to say, let's move from talking to action. Let's build national unity in CARICOM. So we can't just talk. I know that's your favorite thing to do. Just talk. But we are walkers too. We walk. So we not only talk, we walk the talk. And so that's what these bills are about, fulfilling our obligations as CARICOM nationals, as a leading voice in CARICOM. You talked about Jamaica and Antigua or whatever. And every country, of course, takes into consideration their own circumstances, political reasons, economic reasons. But both Barbados and Trinidad Barbados has done it already. Trinidad, I believe, is in the process of doing what we are doing here today. Belize is doing our part today. So 3 leading countries in CARICOM as well have embraced this responsibility and is moving forward with these amendments. So both in terms of our treaty obligations, the free movement of skills, that has been a long-standing commitment of Belize. We are now we now are bold enough and prepared to take action. We talk about, you know, the scaremongering, you talk about, oh, people want to take your job and all of that kind of nonsense. That's absolute nonsense, absolute nonsense. We already, there are clear requirements. There are clear requirements on the boat bills. There are clear requirements on the boat bills, the free movement of skilled persons, the immigration bill. There are clear requirements that have to be followed. As the Prime Minister said, there are qualifications that have to be approved. In terms of immigration, there's a specific period of time. If you're applying for a definite, what they call it, period of definite stay, that's for 6 months, a maximum of 6 months. Indefinite stay, you have to meet further qualifications, and that has to be approved. So all of that is critically important for the Belizean people to understand. This is not about anybody coming to take your job. As well, we know for a fact that the agricultural sector, as well-known fact that we have been plagued in terms of the agricultural sector, in terms of a lack of workers. Every year, as you know, we have to bring in workers from Central America. There never seems to be enough. So why should we deny that opportunity to CARICOM nationals? If they want to come and work and pick bananas or do something else in the agricultural sector. But again, I repeat, even there, the bills require for specific qualifications. It's not just anybody just pick up and get from a plane and fly to Belize and they'll work. They have to be approved. They have to have certain qualifications. They have to go through an entire process that will allow them to qualify for that type of employment. So those are important, very, very important factors, Madam Speaker. And as well, I think one of the provisions that people should be familiar with in terms of the overall treaty, if you like, of Chaguaramas and when we talk about freedom of movement of people, there is absolutely no issue of displacement when you think about the local population. There is nothing to say that a local who has this skill will not be given employment in a particular area. Nobody is saying you will be denied from working in that sector. So every Belizean who works as an agricultural worker, who works as a domestic worker, will continue to enjoy that opportunity if they so desire. All these bills do is open up the pool of people who may be available in those areas if they go through a specific qualification process and if they are approved at the end of that process. So these are critical factors, Madam Speaker, that let's not get caught up in all the hysteria and politicking, and scaremongering on this issue. Belize should not be doing that. We should be a leading voice in the world for tolerance and inclusion and trying to embrace other people, especially our CARICOM sisters and brothers. We should set an example and not try to close our borders to them. So, I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker, but I really hope that people will see beyond the rhetoric and understand that Belize is fulfilling an important obligation, a treaty obligation we're fulfilling with these bills for a very good purpose, and that there is absolutely no risk. As the Prime Minister rightly said, I mean, who will get, which agricultural worker or a domestic worker will get on a plane, fly to Belize, come and work. You know, we have it, you talk about with lawyers, we have it for a long-standing time with lawyers. And people were saying at that time, I remember, they flood the place with lawyers from Jamaica and Barbados and Trinidad. That hasn't happened. That hasn't. We hardly could get them to work anymore for, even at the Attorney General's ministry for many years, because they get much better pay in Trinidad and Jamaica and Barbados. You know, and that's the case in many of these countries. The agricultural workers and the domestic workers are getting better terms and conditions of employment. So why would anybody want to pick up and get on a plane and come to Belize, as the PM said, for work for $200 a week? No, but it's an important treaty obligation that we have to fulfill. So let's not engage in scaremongering. Let's tell the Belize, explain to the Belizean people in a responsible way what we're doing and why they have no need to fear the legislation we're passing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Respectfully, I have not heard such hogwash in a while. This has nothing to do with Belize's treaty obligations. Belize has met its treaty obligations. Belize is one of the first countries, along with Barbados, Trinidad, and Guyana, to sign on to the Treaty of Chaguaramas, and has been advocating and promoting for years the need for the free movement of skilled labor. Madam Speaker, we have opened the doors to our CARICOM brothers and sisters. We have opened the doors, Madam Speaker, for those who have university degrees, whether it's at the associate's level to the PhD level. We have opened the doors, Madam Speaker, for those media persons, artisans, musicians, sports persons, nurses, teachers, managers, technical professionals. Belize was one of the first countries, Madam Speaker, that started to look at different category of workers, skilled labor, Madam Speaker, to come to our countries. And there's no reciprocity. There are 12 countries in CARICOM, or territories in CARICOM, who have signed on to the Treaty of Chaguaramas, who also look at the opportunities to import skilled labor so that they can then have a wider pool of professionals to choose from. So there's no reneging on our treaty obligations. The problem here, Madam Speaker, is that we're going way and beyond what is required of us at this time. And there are economic reasons why this should not be a consideration at this time. There are many Belizeans. I don't care what the statistics tell you. If you are on the ground, you will know that there are many Belizeans that continue to look for meaningful employment in this country. And there is no reason, Madam Speaker, that we need to expand the category of quote-unquote skilled labor to include housekeepers, to include security guards. Madam Speaker, how many members of the BDF and the police department, when they retire, take up those jobs, Madam Speaker, because they're looking for meaningful employment? There is no reason why we have to import a babysitter. And if we want our citizens to compete, then ITVET and other vocational institutions in this country, Madam Speaker, must put in place certification programs equivalent to what is offered in other CARICOM territories. Other CARICOM territories, Madam Speaker, so that our Belizean people can be equally qualified. Madam Speaker, it's the Belize Red Cross that offers a program in caregiving. Far from the standards of the Caribbean vocational qualification programs that exist in Jamaica, in Barbados, in Guyana, in Trinidad, the LDCs. So yes, we want to be competitive, and we want our people to be competitive, but let us put in place the initiatives that will help them to be qualified at that level, so that when the other CARICOM countries open up the doors for this category of workers, our citizens can look for meaningful employment in Jamaica, in Trinidad, in Barbados, in Guyana, in Antigua and Barbuda, in Grenada, in St. Kitts and Nevis, in St. Lucia, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Madam Speaker. The qualification program is far different than anything that we are offering here in Belize. So I don't want anybody to believe that those of us on the opposition side, Madam Speaker, is trying to incite any fear-mongering. And I am ashamed of the member from Orange Walk who will say that these issues were not raised in that House committee meeting, because they were raised. It was a concern at the committee as to the timing of expanding the category of workers under our treaty obligations. In fact, I'm sure the Prime Minister will notice, Belize is one of the countries that have led the way to accommodate the free movement of skilled labor. It has led the way, Madam Speaker, in attracting business arrangements and opportunities here in Belize for CARICOM nationals. Chaka, Honorable Prime Minister, is one of those companies that can tell you the kind of facilitation they have gotten from this government to create opportunities for them in tourism in Belize. So I don't want the last word to be, Madam Speaker, that we are creating a fear-mongering. Let our Belizean people have access to those jobs, and let's help them to become better qualified. So if they choose to move with their families to a country that offers that category of workers as well, that they are equipped with the Caribbean Vocational Qualification Certificate or the National Vocational Certificate. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, I want to align myself with the words of the honourable member from Freetown when he was making explanation. I just want to point out to the honourable member from Albert, she made the very point that there's nothing to be afraid of making these amendments, because this is what she said. She said, we opened the doors to the Caribbean and did they come? She said, no.
Sorry, Prime Minister. Member for Kaya South, take that back. No. Member
Madam
for
Speaker, she
Kayasau.
always like to do that, Madam Speaker. When she's talking, nobody interrupted her. You can't play the woman card if you
Prime Minister,
differently.
Prime Minister, please have a seat. No, we'll take that off the record. Member for Kayasau South, all I am saying, please allow me to be officer. I know the rules just as you do. Please. No, I've been saying 42B, and members on this side and the other side has not. Let me address it. Member for Albert, please. There was no interruption. I asked that to be provided standing order 42B. Prime Minister, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, referring to the member from Albert, she was the one that said, we opened the doors to the Caribbean, and did they come? No. They never come. The only musician that come to Belize, that the honorable leader from the opposition. You see any Jamaican musician come to Belize for stay? Oh, he get deported. Sorry, they send him back here. He never come. They send him. The point is, Madam Speaker, is that we are following our treaty obligations. And by opening up, Madam Speaker, when we open up, and if we, our Jamaican brothers, if Jamaica now allow our people to be able to come in, we do the same thing. It's called, yes, listen, man. The point I'm trying to make to the members from the opposition, I know you, the opposition, and I know you, they try to create problems for whatever it is that we want to do, feeling that is how you do your job. But I think you would gain more respect from the Belizean people if you could come here and participate in the actual building of this country, as opposed to believing that you're not going to be opposed for opposed sake. Because your arguments are weak. You made your arguments weak, member from Albert. You are the one that said we opened the doors and they did not come. The honorable member from Freetown said, when we open up for the liars, and everybody says, oh, the liars don't come to Belize. They do not come to Belize because they make more money where they are. And the point is, because it is our treaty obligation, member from Mesopotamia. If you had a choice.
Member, Mr. Leader of Opposition, please.
If you had a choice, member from Mesopotamia, you would not be in Belize. You would be in the United States of America. But you are deported, that's why you're here.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker.
That's imputing an improper motive.
Come on.
You're imputing
Behave yourself, sir. Behave yourself. I visited this country every year. When I go to States, no, I can't wait to come back. So stop talk foolishness.
I will ask members to kindly respect the orders, the language, and the imputing of motive, improper motive. The reason is not a fact. It's that is not what I am referring to, member for Kayasau South. I am referring to the imputation of the improper motive for the move. You can continue.
Madam Speaker, I did not imply any improper motive. The point is that we have to get our people ready. In agriculture, you think anybody from Jamaica will come to Belize for cut cane? You think anyone from Barbados will come to work at the banana farms? They will not. But we have to live up to our treaty obligations. So what we do, what is important, if the member of Mesopotamia and the member from Albert, if they want to really find out what is it that we're doing, your government had 13 years to prepare our people to be able to get certified under the what do they call it right here? What do they call it? Through the ITVets, which I have. To get the Caribbean certification. And what did you do? What did your government do? Nothing. Now, our government, the Minister of Education and his team are starting to prepare to be able to certify our people. That is the development. But you come and become shrill and try frighten people. Oh my God, the people in the Caribbean are going to take away your jobs. When you know deep down that it's not true. What we need to do is to get with people ready to be able to meet any competition. And that's what we are doing. Now, we do want people from the Caribbean to come in and invest in Belize. Of course we want. We need the investments in this country. We had like Mr. Donka Dongso. He's he was originally from the Caribbean. He came in here and he made Belize his home. And he invested in Belize, in bananas, in citrus, in shrimp, in cable. There's so many things. Those are the kind of people we want to come to Belize, to invest in this country, to help us to develop this country. But yet they are going to come here.
Point of order. Madam Speaker, I don't know how much more the member from Albert wants you to repeat 42B, standing order 42B. The Prime Minister is explaining it. It's his turn. When she spoke, she was never interrupted. I mean, it is unbecoming. Member from Albert, please.
I've heard the point of order. Indeed, please, member, both sides. It's happening on both sides. It is happening on. I will ask, please. The Prime Minister is on his feet. I would like to hear the Prime Minister, as well as the members of the public, to complete his contribution with no interruption, which is quite frankly just the rule. Standing on a point of order. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, I understand.
What's the point of order?
42B. The interruptions when the Prime Minister is speaking. When the member from Albert was speaking, there was no interruption.
Member, I have addressed that.
No, but Madam Speaker, I have to raise that matter. I have to raise the matter. I know it's a pathetic behavior from that side, and you might feel sorry for them. But we have to be. Madam Speaker, I was raising a point of order.
I will address this to both sides of the House, and I'll do it in turn with no priority of order. Members for the opposition, I do not require your help. You are adding to the interruption of Standing Order 42B. I will consider it my first warning. If 3 warnings, and that will be on both interruption, I will have to ask the Sergeant of Arms to ask you. I will now address the members on the government side. I have heard the point of order, member for Fort George. It is exactly your same point of order. I have listened to the member of Toledo West and that indeed the interruptions is becoming too much. So I don't have to hear a similar point of order on the exact same matter. Minister?
Anyway, Madam Speaker, I would just wrap up this debate to point out that Belize is a shining example of a melting pot. That people come to Belize and they fall in love with this country and they make it their own. And they participate and become active members of this community. We've seen it over the years with our Central American brothers and sisters, and we even see it with some from the Caribbean. What we are doing right now, again, is being bold, is not being afraid of what is out there, and also that we are preparing our people to be able to meet whatever competition may come against them. We are not afraid. So, Madam Speaker, I ask everyone to support these amendments. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean community states, the clarification of the period of definite and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean community states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize.
Bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in relation to movement of nationals of Caribbean Community States, clarification of the period of definite and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean Community States, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Because if they vote against this bill, don't. Madam Speaker, on the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill, Madam Speaker, I rise to defer the second reading of the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2023 for further date. Basically what we do, we're hoping that at the next House sitting, what we will do, we will take all the different amendments and put it under one bill so that people don't have to be looking at different pieces of the legislation. So we're going to take these amendments and put the other amendments that were done before as one package, and we're going to come back to the House for next week for the budget debate, after the budget debate. And again, but we will have to be able to, we'll be required to pass it all in the same sitting because we have a timeline to meet. We just felt that the recommendation have been that, to be able to take what we have here and just include it into the act, so that then people don't have to be referring to different pieces of legislation. So, Madam Speaker, we're asking that we defer the second reading of this bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the second reading of the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2023 be deferred to a further date. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, this is the Senior Courts Amendment Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act number 27 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove provisions relating to the assignment of attorneys at law by the court to provide legal aid services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member from Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I sit in this House committee and certainly I appreciate the attempt by the government to ensure that those who cannot afford legal representation do get that opportunity. When the AG's ministry made their offerings.
We're on the Senior Courts Bill.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. My apologies. Madam Speaker, I know, but it's the same. It's similar. The legal aid bill.
No, but we're only if you have a contribution on legal aid, then you stand up on legal aid. Senior Courts Amendment Bill is what we're on.
Okay.
Yeah, but you need to put the question.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act, Act number 27 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove provisions relating to the assignment of attorneys at law by the court to provide legal aid services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act, Act number 27 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize Revised Edition 2020, to remove the provisions relating to the assignment of attorneys at law by the court to provide legal services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, this is the Extradition Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Extradition Act, Chapter 112 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to simplify and expedite the procedure for extraditions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition.
I have this one correct. Madam Speaker, the need for justice, for confidence in the judicial system is extremely important, Madam Speaker. Thus, having these laws updated, these antiquated laws, these archaic laws updated to ensure that justice prevails. In the case of extradition, there are people who should be extradited. There are people who should be convicted. There are people who commit crimes. And I, as a person who has been reformed and rehabilitated, I speak with experience. And so I am a champion. Yeah, it's good to learn. It's good to learn from what you did when you were 19 years old, sir. Yes, yes, lot of we Southside picnic. That's how we grow up. No, you're a fake.
Member,
Member
South.
Is that...
To be.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the member from Kaya South either didn't take his medication or the prayers are not working.
No,
you said that you were going to issue warnings, Madam Speaker. He told the member to shut up. He's been interrupting us all day. I want to know what warning that is.
Can you kindly have a seat? Thank you. You seem to not understand, not only you, I'll give you that when the Speaker rules, whether you agree or not, I have ruled. If you're going to stand, it's because I'm expecting you to contribute on hand. I have said before, and I'll say it again, Member, Order 42B, I have issued my warning to both sides. Wait, no, you don't get to tell me when to do my warnings. We're on a new bill. Actually, that is my role. We are on a new bill, and I have now reminded members the same applies. Standing Order 42B. I will not engage in a back and forth. That is not my role here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, yes, I do support updating this bill and making the law very clear so that there is, excuse me, Madam Speaker, if the member from Stanford West wants to talk, he can talk and I'll sit down. And
there was nothing was being said. It's actually in the media that I'm looking at that has been making some noise. I'm not. Members, I will ask, please have a seat too. I will ask though, I have been hearing noise from the media, so I've been looking up. I've also looked at the police officers. All I will ask media to please, you're here as visitors, as guests. We do need those of you who may have been making those either phone calls or conversations, I needed to come down. And of course, members in the chamber, we know our standing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, ensuring that those who should be extradited to face justice are extradited is not my issue. But the issue that I, along with my colleagues in the opposition, have is the type of ministerial overreach in this bill, Madam Speaker. And again, this from an administration that passed a motion and made a Plan Belize promise that they would scale back on ministerial powers, Madam Speaker. But when you go through this bill, as we have in the opposition, and I have to highlight to the Belizean people when the member from Kayosau talks about a fake, there is no fake administration than this. They say, curtail ministerial powers. Give the power to the people, and the ministers won't be in charge and they can't do what they want. And you look at this extradition bill, which again, you support on the face, that people should face justice. It should not be harder to get someone where they need to be to face justice. But the powers that this extradition bill gives to the minister, it's shocking. I know that the member from Fort George just came back from Cuba and he said that, you know, he was getting tutored by the communists. But again, this is Belize. This is not a communist regime. This is democracy. The powers that they're giving here now to the minister, Madam Speaker, in Section 2, for instance, Madam Speaker, it says any authority to proceed as ordered issued by minister pursuant to request for surrender. Why is the minister deciding these matters, Madam Speaker? That's why we have a judiciary. The legislature and the judiciary are separate branches, and they should remain so. The minister should not be determining who will be detained, who qualifies to get extradited, Madam Speaker. That is a role for the judiciary. All the monies that the Prime Minister is paying the justices now, which I agree, I support. We have to be competitive. We need to attract the best. I'm glad that you restored the increments. That was my only argument. But Madam Speaker, the decision-making that they give the ministers, Section 6.1 gives ministerial discretion for the application of the act between Belize and any foreign state. How is it that the minister is acting as a judiciary? I had a problem that the lawyers that I spoke to said that, yes, man, you know, the law isn't clear, and other justices, retired justices that I know said, you know, the law isn't clear. So on both sides, lawyers have been able to argue for their clients because of a lack of clarity. But a lack of clarity does not open the door for ministerial control. Again, Section 6.3 states that the ministerial order shall be conclusive evidence that whatever arrangements made automatically complies with the act. This is what is in the bill. This is contrary to Plan Belize. So stop the faking and let us deliver on the true promises of curtailing ministerial powers. Let the judiciary be the judiciary. We don't need ministers, we don't need members of the House to act in the capacity of justices, Madam Speaker. So these amendments, you go again to Section 6.5, makes a provision that an order of extradition could be rendered void, depending on what the minister says. So, Madam Speaker, this type of ministerial powers, expansion of ministerial powers to the point of infringing on judiciary powers, Madam Speaker, to me I think is unconstitutional, and it is not what the PUP government promised, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before moving the second reading, Madam Speaker, I just allow me briefly to respond to the leader of the opposition. Well, first, I think he said he supported the bill. He used the bill then to engage in a long diatribe about ministerial discretion, but he supported the bill, so we appreciate the support of the bill. Let me say that the bill, you know, this extradition act that we currently have in place is absolutely archaic. this new bill, and I said this when I introduced the bill, is modeled off the Grenada extradition regime. And that model, that Grenadian model, is really viewed by CARICOM and by the Commonwealth as really a very progressive model in terms of extradition law. So we should have absolutely there should be no confusion about the fact that what we're doing is a huge upgrade in terms of the existing extradition law. The member talked about ministerial discretion. Well, extradition law requires that you have a competent authority in your jurisdiction. That competent authority has to lie in someone. In the case of every country, it lies with, in the US, the Secretary of State, in the Commonwealth, and in the CARICOM with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Some cases it lies with the Minister of Justice or Attorney General in some jurisdictions. You have to have a competent authority. So it can't be any, board or group of people. There has to be, and that's for purposes of ensuring that there is a clear, if you like, a clear record. You're dealing with people's fundamental rights. So there must be a clear record. And so that competent authority is important. Very importantly, the leader of the opposition should know, very important that this bill, the current act, for example, does not contain any right of appeal. That has been a big source of problems. So you talk about the minister taking away power. That's completely wrong-headed. Absolutely, it's the opposite. This bill is now introducing for the first time in terms of our extradition law a right of appeal for the first time. So in fact, you're strengthening the rights of individuals who may fall under this law, who are being extradited. They have a right of appeal. The very sections that you referred to, you talked about specific sections. The High Court in here you can go to the High Court, the Court of Committal you can go to for habeas corpus, any review of any proceedings under the Act, the Court of Appeal on an appeal against any decision of the High Court under this Act. So full protection of the law, Madam Speaker, absolutely the opposite of what the member for Mesopotamia is attempting to describe. So yes, you have to have a competent authority, but this law in every respect strengthens and further protects individuals who are subject to extradition. So it's a very progressive piece of legislation. As I said, it's modeled after Grenada's legislation, which was passed just a few years ago, very recently. And very importantly, as I said, finally, let me make the point that, as I said when I introduced the bill, it's in fulfillment of our responsibilities and obligations as we are scheduled to undergo the 4th round of mutual evaluation on the implementation of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations for an effective anti-money laundering, countering, and financing of terrorism national regime. That will take place later this year, and there is a specific provision therein which requires us to deal with extradition. Now, I'll make this point finally, Madam Speaker. The 3rd mutual evaluation, now we're going into the 4th mutual evaluation. The 3rd mutual evaluation was done in 2011. And in that 3rd mutual evaluation, Belize was assessed to be non-compliant on its extradition regime. From 2011, they've been telling us you have to update and reform your extradition regime. 2011, nothing was done. Nothing done under the UDP. Absolutely nothing. So now we are fixing that issue. we are making sure that we are going to be compliant as it relates to our extradition regime, so that we don't put our country at any further risk. So for all of those reasons, Madam Speaker, this is a very, very good bill, and I encourage all members to support it.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Extradition Act, Chapter 112 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to simplify and expedite the procedure for extraditions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Extradition Act, Chapter 112 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to simplify and expedite the procedure for extradition and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the Legal Aid Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to make legal aid readily available to persons of small or moderate economic means, to enable the cost of providing legal aid granted to persons of small and moderate economic means to be defrayed wholly or partly out of money provided for that purpose by the National Assembly, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is an appreciation, as I was saying earlier. I sit in the House Committee for Foreign Affairs and Constitution, and so I appreciate the government's attempt to make access to legal aid, access to legal representation for the indigent, for those who are financially challenged. I appreciate an attempt to make that more accessible. But again, as you go into the details of it, there are some instances in which the government falls short, Madam Speaker, and I would just like the member from Freetown to relate to the Attorney General our concerns. Because again, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to highlight that, you know, the member from Freetown accused me of fear-mongering when, against the desires of many of my colleagues, I supported your government on the Majid Khan issue. So don't tell me about being courageous and about being fear-mongering. Madam Speaker, it's relative, because I'm making the point that the opposition can agree and still express concerns, still give our concerns to the government, and a good government will say, okay, thanks for your support, and your concerns will take into consideration. So I'm just going to go into my concerns now as far as the legal aid bill.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Let's keep it on.
Yes. So the opposition has a few concerns that I'd like you to take into consideration. Member from Freetown, to relate to your Attorney General. One of the concerns is that the bill takes away the discretion of the court to appoint attorneys at law to act for those in need, in criminal matters in particular, and centralizes the appointment of legal aid to a counsel within the office, as opposed to a counsel at large. Now, why this is important, when I first heard the bill and I got the representations from the Attorney General's ministry, again, as someone who at a young age had interaction with the criminal justice system, I'm very sympathetic to the need for justice, to the fact that sometimes people who find themselves in the criminal justice system are innocent, but they are poor, and if they don't have proper representation, they could spend a lot of time unjustly incarcerated. So it is a very serious matter to ensure that those in our society who don't have the means to afford legal representation or in no way disenfranchised. And I'm afraid that some of the language in this bill takes away from what it is that I thought was being given. I thought there was going to be greater access, automatic access of indigent people to justice. So again, that point that I just raised in section 2, the interpretation section called certified offense is contained in part F1 of Schedule 1. Any indictable offense, the trial of which is certified by the trial judge to be or is likely to be of difficulty and to require assistance of an attorney at law. That is not giving greater access to justice. So now, again, I thought the bill was that anybody under any circumstances that cannot afford an attorney would be given legal aid. That is what I would like to see. Language such as what I just read, it makes it now discretionary. So depending on the difficulty, you get legal aid. If it's not as difficult or we don't find the case as grave, then you represent yourself. That's not the way it should be. Again, you would like to say that I misunderstand. I am not a lawyer. My father is. I am not. I am an entertainer. So again, member from Freetown, you could enlighten the member from Messop and the other members in the opposition as to our concerns and take them seriously. Because again, when you're talking about justice, when you're talking about impoverished people, certainly my time in the United States, many poor people go to jail because they can't afford proper lawyers. They do have a legal aid system. In Belize, there are many young men, majority, and some young women who do go to jail because they don't have proper legal representation, Madam Speaker. To add an additional hurdle to a sitting judge to first determine whether a matter is difficult and requires an attorney's assistance, Madam Speaker, to me is taking away justice. It should be that anyone that comes before the court that cannot afford an attorney, the magistrate, the justice will immediately inform that person of their right to legal aid and ensure that that person gets legal representation before the matter proceeds, Madam Speaker. So these are some of the things that I would like the Attorney General to consider. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lend my support to this very important, progressive and comprehensive bill as prepared by our Attorney General's ministry, and one that is absolutely needed in today's environment where poor people cannot access justice. I've been practicing law, Madam Speaker, for 17 years, and I'm very well versed and familiar with the current legal aid structure, or rather I should say the lack of structure at the legal aid clinic. And it is in no way a dig at the hard-working legal officers that practice there, but it's an office that really practices mostly divorce cases. So there is not a wide variety of services that are offered at the legal aid clinic currently. And what this bill seeks to do, Madam Speaker, is to create a commission and to create a structure that has been absent for all these years so as to fill that void, to ensure that those who are most in need of legal services can access those legal services. Now, I don't know what bill the leader of the opposition, I don't know if I should even refer to him as that anymore. He said he's an entertainer. I thought he was the leader of the opposition, but he says he's just an entertainer. But I don't know what bill the member for Mesopotamia is reading, because private attorneys will still be enlisted Leader of the Opposition, if you look at Section 8E, part of the Commission's responsibility is to liaise with professional bodies representing private legal practitioners in order to facilitate the use and recognition in appropriate circumstances of services provided by private legal practitioners. The very same section goes on at 8H that part of the responsibility of the Commission is to establish a roster of attorneys at law or other persons for the purpose of providing legal aid services under this Act. So exactly what you are condemning this Act for, it does. It does provide for legal services provided by not just private practitioners, but a roster of attorneys that are going to be contracted and hired by the legal aid clinic. Again, I speak from experience, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, whenever there is, for example, a capital offense. As you know, individuals who have been charged with murder are assigned attorneys. Many times, they are assigned attorneys who have absolutely no experience or qualifications in criminal matters. And so you are putting attorneys who practice civil or corporate or offshore banking laws to go and fight a criminal battle that they've never done before in their life. And that is not adequate representation. And so that is the purpose of a commission, to create this roster and say, this set of attorneys we can use for divorce cases, this set of attorneys for those individuals who are being chanced out of their land. They have good knowledge and experience with land law. Let us assign these attorneys. These set of attorneys practice criminal law. Let us utilize them. I don't understand. You clearly did not read the legislation. I'm starting to think, like what the member said, that you use this forum to just come and grandstand.
Madam Speaker,
You're standing on a point of order.
on the point of order, the member is a
point of order.
Clarification, Madam Speaker. That is a point of order.
No,
see clarity. The member is saying things that I did not say.
No, it's not a point of order, member. I'm happy to go through standing orders with you, but that is not a point of order. Member, I am being polite. I am genuinely happy to sit with you to go through your standing order.
Madam Speaker. Anyways.
I'm sorry, member, I have to say this, and I do apologize for not allowing you to continue exactly at this moment. Mr. Leader of Opposition, a standing order of 38.7 and 38.8. I'll direct you to 8. The conduct of Her Majesty, His Majesty now, and members of the royal family, Governor General, the Speaker. That shall not be of 38.7 and 38.8. I'll direct you to 8. The conduct of Her Majesty, His Majesty now, and members of the royal family, Governor General, the Speaker. That shall not be entertained. So I will ask you to retract what you just said, referring to me in this chair. Or we suddenly have lost the memory, where I will act like a PUP. Did you not just say that? I will ask you to retract it. Member, yes, you are questioning my conduct. You directed to me. I ask you to retract. I will ask you to retract. Sergeant of Arms. Sergeant of Arms, I will ask you to escort the Leader of Opposition for the remainder of the day.
So where is the one?
Sergeant of Arms.
I know one statement
Police.
that you can't even verify.
I will ask.
And so now you're behaving like a PUP.
Member.
Degenerate over there from by yourself.
May I get a minister? May I get a minister?
I will withdraw.
Thank you.
I won't be a degenerate like these PUPs.
May I get a minister to name if the member for Mesopotamia, leader of opposition, does not excuse himself?
I'm excusing myself where I want to run up. Behaving like a degenerate. I won't be like you, though, Mr. Degenerate. I know how to comport myself and abide by the rules.
Member for Caribbean Shores.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, he's a colleague of mine and I have to apologize on his behalf, but I think everybody in the House heard exactly what he said. And certainly he was breaching the standing orders in a very obvious way. And so I don't think that that was in any way an unreasonable request that you made. But in any event, Madam Speaker, in relation to the legal aid bill, as I was mentioning, this particular legislation is providing an avenue for poor people who do not have access to this very essential service. Many a times, poor people, just because they don't have a good attorney, will lose their property, will lose their house, and they do not have proper representation, and that should not be the case, that you lose your land and you lose your rights because you do not have a good attorney. And so, Madam Speaker, I again want to commend the AG's ministry for this very commendable piece of legislation. It is one that has been missing for quite some time, and it certainly adds a lot of structure that is not currently there. So I support this particular bill, Madam Speaker.
The member for Fort George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If you allow me to just say a few words on this bill in support, I have to comment, Madam Speaker, on the fact that we've heard so much flip-flopping today. I can understand why the other side is so dizzy. They've been flip-flopping. One time they say they support a bill, then the next side they say they don't support a bill. One day the leader of the opposition says he wants to extradite John Saldivar, the next day he's going to embrace John Saldivar. That's the type of flip-flopping that has been going on, Madam Speaker. But to the matter at hand, on this bill, Madam Speaker, this bill is doing two very important, and as my colleague the member from Caribbean Shore said, it's a progressive bill. One, it's making legal aid readily available to persons of small or moderate economic means, but also, equally important, it is enabling the cost of providing such legal aid to be wholly or partly provided from the National Assembly's budget. That is a progressive step forward to make sure that Belizeans have access to justice. And Madam Speaker, without equal access to the justice system, many Belizeans struggle with legal problems that negatively affect them, their families. It could affect them civil or criminally. Madam Speaker, the four main barriers to access to justice are: one, the high cost of legal action; the funding for legal aid services; the lack of an automatic right to counsel; and four, the lack of awareness, education as to your legal rights, services, and procedures. Access to justice is a major right protected by the rule of law, Madam Speaker. And what this bill attempts to do is to address the first three barriers that I spoke about just now. And that's why it is a welcome, it is a progressive bill, and it should be supported. And the last part, Madam Speaker, I want to encourage the young attorneys coming home, young attorneys just returning to Belize, to volunteer their services at the legal aid clinic. I think it's important for them not only as a public service, but for them to continue their legal education by experiencing a panoply of issues when they go to that legal aid office. I can tell you as a former magistrate that many times the issues that come out of that legal aid office, you don't see in many law firms that kind of are focused on in certain areas of law, but the legal aid office covers a wide range of issues. So I want to encourage all of our young returning practitioners to volunteer their time at the legal aid office. And finally, Madam Speaker, if you'll allow me, we're on the issue of service in the judicial area. I just want to acknowledge the stellar service provided by the Chief Magistrate, Sharon Fraser, who is retiring very soon. I know it's over 25 years. I don't have the exact number of years that she has been in the magistracy, but certainly when I returned in 2005 and joined the magistracy, I was tutored by the Chief Magistrate at the time was Herbert Lord, and you had senior magistrates like Sharon Fraser, Margaret Mackenzie, and so on. They were the ones that actually showed me the ropes, and I'm grateful for that. So I just want to salute the Chief and wish her well in her future endeavors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural Central.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and members. I only wish to add maybe 2 or 3 sentences in support of this bill. As a practicing attorney for many years, I saw the great need of many poor people throughout this country to this kind of service that this progressive piece of legislation is going to offer when it is passed. Madam Speaker, mostly, as one of my colleagues has said, the Legal Aid Center was focusing only on divorce matters and a very, very limited array. Now, if we have this bill, Madam Speaker, and we get the kind of representation and also the volunteering of young attorneys and other attorneys, I believe that we can give a better legal service to the people who cannot afford it. I'm thinking now about the rural areas. I'm thinking about the Toledo district in particular, and I'm also thinking of the advice that really needs to be given to people so as to avoid protracted legal problems and issues that go before the magistrate court or the Supreme Court. I believe, Madam Speaker, that we owe it to the people of this country who cannot afford a practicing attorney out of a law firm to really have the kind of service. It may not be perfect, but certainly if we pass this legislation, which is quite comprehensive, we will be doing a good job for the people of this country who really need it. And I want to commend my support to this and hope that we can pass this as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Kayono.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just very briefly, I also want to support this bill, Madam Speaker. In all the years of my practice, 23 years or so, the only time that I knew that people would get assistance from the legal aid office is if they were charged for murder, Madam Speaker. And so this is a welcome bill. This is refreshing because what this bill does, it expands the offenses for which people can now obtain legal aid, especially people who can't afford it, Madam Speaker. And I think for me, it is also important that for the first time, people who have civil matters will be able to get legal aid assistance. And I see that when you look at Part 2 of Schedule 1, they're including family law proceedings, Madam Speaker. And for me, how appropriate when 2 days ago we celebrated International Women's Day, and here we are in this house opening up, especially for women who can't afford it and who have legally and who have problems with family law and domestic abuse, Madam Speaker. For the first time, they will be able to have access to an attorney. And so I want to support this bill. And before taking my seat, Madam Speaker, with your permission, just to note the passing of Mr. Yasin Schuman, a great Belizean and a general of the People's United Party. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the member for.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Legal Aid Bill of 2023 certainly seeks to put some structure to what the system now represents. And while I believe that there are provisions in this bill that are progressive, as the member from Caribbean Shores indicated, and will help to facilitate not only criminal matters, but civil matters, there are some concerns that I wish to raise, hopefully for further consideration of the Attorney General's ministry. It seems, Madam Speaker, that with the structure that is being put in place, there's also added bureaucracy, particularly for someone who may not have the resources or may not have the education to follow all the steps. I want to point out in particular the need for a person to apply for a grant of legal aid certificate to see whether or not his or her issue meets the criteria outlined in Schedule, I believe it's Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. And it lists in these schedules, Madam Speaker, the specific activities or offenses in which a legal aid certificate would be provided for. This seems to me, from my understanding of the law, and also my understanding of the rights of a Belizean under the Constitution of Belize, not to take into account the fact that as a Belizean, all persons are entitled, without discrimination, not only equal protection under the law, but the right to justice, and the right to representation, and the right to a fair hearing within a reasonable amount of time. I don't require the services of legal aid, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you, even as a citizen of this country that has a matter with my own paid attorney, has a matter before the civil court, that I have now had 12 adjournments. And I am not seeking legal aid, but I certainly would like to have a fair hearing, and I would certainly like it to be done within a reasonable amount of time so that the matter can be resolved. And then, Madam Speaker, the other concern for me is this issue of attorneys who provide their services pro bono, which is a progressive step under this new constitution, that after a matter is settled, let's say it's a matter related to land, and your client becomes successful and acquires a particular asset, or in layman's terms, wins the case. The law says that the first dibs on that asset is the Legal Aid Commission. So how perverse is that? A poor person goes to the legal aid to prevent some kind of arbitrary deprivation of land, let's say by the government. She wins, or he wins, and there still has no absolute right to the land, because the commission attached will then be able to deduct from whatever the proceeds of that case is to offset some of its services it offered to that particular client. I am not sure if that was the intention of the law, but certainly it seems to me, Madam Speaker, that depending on the cost involved, once you liquidate that asset to be able to offset these fees, you may end up with nothing, or you may not end up with the asset itself. And so I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, that these kinds of provisions within this current act could be looked at a little bit closer, so justice will actually prevail for the person who requires the services of the legal aid office. And finally, Madam Speaker, it is Women's Month, and I would hope that we're coming to a time and place. You wanted to have the floor, member for Fort George? Okay. The time and place where we would be more sensitive to the language in putting our laws together. Both this act and the extradition bill, Madam Speaker, speaks only in the male gender. And I think the time has come where we can become more gender sensitive in terms of crafting our legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank all the members for their contributions and their support, their general support for the bill. In wrapping up the debate, just allow me to make very, very brief points, Madam Speaker. All the concerns expressed, of course, I have been asked to share those with the Office of the Attorney General, and I will do so. But just for the record, just to clarify a few things. First of all, I think it's critically important for people to understand that we're not amending a bill, we're not repealing and replacing a bill. We are instituting for the first time, a legal aid bill. There was absolutely nothing in place. Nothing in place. So no structure at all governing legal aid in Belize. None at all. So that's the absolute purpose of the bill, as it says: proper organization, efficiency, accountability, and transparency in the operations of the Legal Aid Commission. That's the purpose. So that's an important point. Nothing was in place. So the other issue that was raised was, I think the member for Mesopotamia raised the issue of the bill taking the discretion of the court. Well, again, that, it's a complete lack of understanding. Section 5 of the bill sets out very clearly that the commission shall consist of the following members appointed by the Chief Justice. So it is the Chief Justice that appoints the members of the commission. So there's no removal of the judge, the courts. They are fully involved. The Chief Justice appoints the commission. Again, making sure that we're putting in place a structure. The schedule, as other members have referred to, I think the other concern raised was, it should be anybody who has, the bill sets out very clearly, Part 1 and Part 2 of Schedule 1, the criminal matters and the civil law matters that is covered under this bill. So any capital offense, manslaughter, rape, marital rape, all indictable offenses where the person charged is a minor, any indictable offense which the trial judge certifies to be a difficult case, or requires the assistance of attorney of law. So again, the discretion of the trial judge there. They believe that it's a difficult case and that the person on trial needs a lawyer. They have the right to include that. Any indictable offense, the trial of which an appeal from the conviction is certified by the trial judge or the court of appeal to involve a point of public law, a point of law of public importance, and requires the assistance of an attorney. Again, that is covered. As my colleagues have said, civil law matters, family law proceedings under the Families and Children Act, Domestic Violence Act, Protection Against Sexual Harassment Act, Married Persons Protection Act, or the Senior Courts Act, or any other act dealing with the rights of parties to a marriage or a common law union, or parties to any civil union or partnership, other civil law matters involving minors, probate administration, estate matters, conveyancing or transfer of land. So absolutely wide net, covers just about every area of law. So critically important to make note of that. The honorable member for Albert raised the issue of bureaucracy, saying, well, you know, the people have to fill out the form. Yes, there has, if you're dealing with a legal matter, there has to be a record, a very clear record of the case that you're putting forward. But if you look at the form, it's a very, very basic, very simple form. I think it has like eight sections that you have to fill out, very brief. And very importantly, that is why you have a legal aid office as a part of the commission. They are there to support persons to fill out these application forms to make sure that they can get certified for legal aid. So yes, if you have put in place structures where none existed before, there will be some level of bureaucracy because there has to be a clear record. So you never had nothing before. Now you're putting in place something and you complain about bureaucracy. So we have to do something. The very basic, as I said, a very basic form. So I would just end by saying this, Madam Speaker, the bill seeks to achieve the following. One, as I said, to statutorily incorporate a legal aid commission, equip the commission with its own funds, and require it to provide budget estimates for approval by the National Assembly, empowers the Legal Aid Commission to provide legal aid services and to contract attorneys at law, to provide legal aid services at such tariffs and fees approved by the Commission. It provides for a director to act under the direction of the Commission. It prescribes, as I just read out, the type of criminal and civil matters for which legal aid services may be provided. It establishes an eligibility criterion to obtain legal aid services and a criterion for investigation and verification of the means of legal aid applicants. Very important. Legal aid can't be a free-for-all. I heard the leader of the opposition talking about, free-for-all. And I made this point to the Attorney General myself. This can't be no place where no gang member could come and try to get legal aid and use legal aid services for their gang behavior and their bad behavior. Can't be a free-for-all. So there has to be criteria in place. It also provides for transparency of management of legal aid and its funds by requiring reports on matters to ensure that legal aid in Belize is being offered at the highest quality possible. So, Madam Speaker, it's an excellent bill, very progressive, and it's offering indigent citizens equal access to justice, which is the ultimate objective of legal aid. So I urge all members to support it.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make legal aid readily available to persons of small or moderate economic means to enable the cost of providing legal aid granted to persons of small and moderate economic means to be defrayed wholly or partly out of money provided for that purpose by the National Assembly, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to make legal aid readily available to persons of small and moderate economic means to enable the cost of providing legal aid grants granted to persons of small and moderate economic means to be defrayed wholly or partially without money, with money, wholly or partially, out of money provided for that purpose by the National Assembly, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask the visitors in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new definitions under the Act to increase the categories of persons qualified to enter or remain in Belize for the purpose of engaging in or finding gainful employment with an employer or as self-employed persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new definitions under the Act to increase the categories of persons qualified to enter or remain in Belize for the purpose of engaging in or finding gainful employment with an employer or as self-employed persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Immigration Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean Community States, the clarification of the period of definite and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean Community States, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean Community States, the clarification of the period of definite and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean Community States, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Senior Courts Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act, Act number 27 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove provisions relating to the assignment of attorneys at law by the court to provide legal aid services, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act, Act number 27 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition, to remove provisions relating to the assignment of attorneys at law by the court to provide legal aid services, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Extradition Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Extradition Act, Chapter 112 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to simplify and expedite the procedure for extraditions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to repeal and replace the Extradition Act, Chapter 112 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to simplify and expedite the procedure for extradition, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Legal Aid Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make legal aid readily available to persons of small or moderate economic means, to enable the cost of providing legal aid granted to persons of small and moderate economic means to be defrayed wholly or partly out of money provided for that purpose by the National Assembly, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to make legal aid readily available to persons of small and moderate economic needs, to enable the cost of providing legal aid granted to persons of small and moderate economic means to be defrayed wholly or partially out of money provided for that purpose by the National Assembly, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, it's almost 10 to 5. I move that the House do now adjourn.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.